Hi, everyone. Thanks for joining us. You found your way to the right link on YouTube if you've switched over. And if you're watching on NASA TV, you're still in the right place. We're covering Crew-1's journey to the International Space Station. And we have a question from Twitter asking how the crew is doing. Well, here is your answer. The crew is doing well. You can see them inside the Crew Dragon spacecraft. That view we just had was over the shoulder of our commander and our pilot, Mike Hopkins and Victor Glover. They were looking at those 3 screens, those panel displays, which allow them to monitor the status of the mission and, if they needed to, take control of the vehicle. But things continue to move smoothly for Dragon.
Yeah, and they've been checking in with the core. Everything has been sounding good. They've basically been coasting along with Dragon today.
In about an hour and 15-20 minutes from now, we'll actually get to hear directly from the crew.
Yeah.
We'll be having a crew news not a crew news conference, but they should be giving us a little bit of a tour inside Crew Dragon, hopefully.
Mm-hmm. And that'll be at 1:38 p.m. Pacific time.
And in about 15 minutes, we have another special guest joining us from Johnson Space Center. And that will be Jennifer Buckley. She works with the International Space Station and will be telling us all about some of the science that the crew is going to be working on. There are those crew views again.
That is right closest to you on the screen is Mike, and next to him is Victor. See right behind him. Shannon furthest away from the camera. There's those 3 display panels that we mentioned. Looks like the crew is checking out. This is where they can check out the status of Dragon, check out all of its systems.
We've got another Ask NASA question. How long has the space station been built to last? The International Space Station, we started construction in 1998. That's when the very first module was launched. And it has been growing really ever since. It was mostly completed back at the end of the space shuttle program, but we still see a few new additions coming up every now and then, like the NanoRacks Bishop airlock, and we also discussed the Columbus Bartolomeo module attachment. But the ISS itself is certified through 2028, and our engineers and our teams actually think it's in great shape and could last potentially much longer.
Awesome. I'm glad that SpaceX can help with bringing crew on board throughout those years.
Absolutely. It's an incredibly important capability to have, to be able to launch people from America and also to have redundancy in launch vehicles as well.
Got one more question. Will Baby Yoda continue to be an active part of the space mission? Well, Baby Yoda is on board for the ride. He can't go back home now, so I guess he's going to be joining crew on the International Space Station. What research do you think Baby Yoda is going to be doing up there?
Who knows, but it looks like he's getting a good look at those display panels right there.
Looks like he stole some snacks from the crew as well.
Looked like he had some candy-coated chocolates, potentially. As we mentioned, coming up in just 12 minutes now at 12:30 p.m. Pacific, we will be speaking. We will get to tune in with Johnson Space Center and speaking with Jennifer Buckley, who is working with all of the science the crew will be working on while they're there. So we look forward to hearing from her more about what's going on once they reach the space station.
Keep sending in those questions with the hashtag AskNASA.
Thanks for joining us at SpaceX headquarters in Hawthorne. We're now going to head down to Houston, where Brandy Dean has NASA's Jennifer Buckley standing by to talk about 20 years of science on the International Space Station. Brandy?
Thanks, Leah. And we do have Jennifer Buckley standing by, but before we talk with her, we want to give you a look at some of the highlights of the past 20 years in space station science. That's coming up next.
This was once just a dream.
TTC go. TTC is go for launch.
And SpaceX, this is Dragon for GSC. Liftoff of Discovery and a team of explorers shaping their destiny.
An answer built by those who dared to ask. What if we were to channel humanity's knowledge and creativity into something truly revolutionary? What if we built a bridge between and above all nations? To jointly discover the galaxy's great unknowns,
take a look for you.
to endeavor to live and to work outside our planet for the benefit of all within. What started as an accord between two former rivals became a beacon of opportunity for the rest of the world.
We have ignition and liftoff of the Soyuz rocket, beginning the first expedition to the International Space Station and setting the stage for permanent human presence in space. You ready for visitors?
We live this dream aboard the International Space Station.
I understand it's good to have you there and adjusting to your new home.
Adapting to life in space has been a process.
For the past 20 years, over 230 astronauts from all over the world have worked tirelessly together, boldly performing pioneering research and high-stakes spacewalks in the unforgiving environment of space. In this unparalleled orbital laboratory, circling the planet at 17,500 miles an hour, thousands of groundbreaking scientific experiments from over 100 countries have led to discoveries unachievable in the confines of Earth. From 250 miles up, an unbroken chain of residents have shared their view and their research with a generation eager to understand this higher plane. The space station is a symbol of humanity at its best, a shining example of international peace and collaboration in action.
3, 2, 1.
Endeavour, this is Houston. You've completed a historic ride to the ISS and have opened up a new chapter in human space exploration.
And as we turn our gaze outward still, this International Space Station is a living testament of our collective strength and perseverance, where our human curiosity prepares for the audacious efforts ahead. We continue to bridge the distances between us and prove just how much more is possible when we dream together.
It's hard to believe we've been working continuously on the International Space Station for more than 20 years now, but we have accomplished a lot, as you saw there. And one of the key people who have been working to help make a lot of that possible is Jennifer Buckley, who is the Deputy Chief Space Station Scientist. Thanks so much for joining us, Jennifer. Seems like a little bit of an understatement to say that the space station is a laboratory like no other, but I was hoping you could tell us a little bit about what makes it special.
Sure. Thanks, Brandy. You know, it's been a real privilege to watch Space Station evolve from this orbiting outpost to a world-class orbiting lab. Space Station, as you mentioned, is a world-class lab. It has been made possible by some incredible feats of engineering as well as our strong international partnerships. We do a variety of research on Space Station in different areas of science. We cover everything from physical science to biological sciences. We do Earth and space science as well. And to date, we've done 3,000 investigations representing over 4,000 investigators from over 100 different countries on Space Station.
Wow. So, and I know that we talk a lot about how much the research there in space benefits those of us here on Earth. Now that we've celebrated 20 years of continuous human presence with people continuously working on space science up there, can you tell us a little bit about what some of the benefits that we've already seen have been over the past couple of decades?
We're learning a lot about different diseases here on Earth. So we have done research on everything from Alzheimer's to Parkinson's, and we're even doing cancer research on space station. One example that comes to mind of a benefit is JAXA experiment. So they did a protein crystal growth experiment, return those proteins back down to the ground, and then use them to develop a drug to treat Duchenne's muscular dystrophy. So that's being used in patients now here on the Earth. Another one is those stunning images that we see coming down from space station. So we see that from our external instruments as well as the photography that our astronauts take. That's also really important science data. So our vantage point from space station is like no other, and it really allows us to see what's changing in our planet and study our ecosystems from the space station.
What do you hear from the scientists who get to take part in some of these studies? Do they enjoy it? Do they get a kick out of it?
Oh, they love it. You know, it's a really tight-knit community, and that's a really fun part about it. Science is challenging enough, and then you add the layer of doing science in space. You know, people are really enthusiastic to share their results, to share techniques. I had the experience of a couple years ago being able to do some of my own research on space station, and it was really incredible just what a community it is, how much people reach out and are willing to share information, hardware. It's a really great environment.
I know for a while after we got started really utilizing the space station and putting it through its paces, we were kind of telling people to hold on, and it'd be a little while before we started to see some of the results come out. But it seems like now we're really in the heyday of that and seeing a lot of benefits.
That's right. So it does take a couple years typically for publications to come out, and that's not unusual or unique to space station. Sometimes it takes a little bit longer to get your samples back, but you know, for fundamental research in general, it can be a few years before you have had a chance to, you know, interpret all of the data, get the publications through review, and get those out. So we're starting to see a lot of those coming now, and we'll continue to see them in the next few years. The rate at which they come out really depends on the type of science it is. Things like material science or applied technologies, we'll see those results come out much quicker than some of the more fundamental research, which may take a little bit longer to do additional experiments or to publish and analyze that data.
That makes sense. Are you seeing people really kind of come on board and get an idea of all the different possibilities and the ways that the space station can be used at this point?
I think so. We're seeing a lot of non-NASA users now, which is great. So Space Station is a national lab, and you probably have all heard about the ISS National Lab, or CASIS. They manage the allocation for Space Station of our non-NASA researchers. And so what this means is we have other government agencies coming in to do research on Space Station, as well as academia and private companies. We've done a number of collaborations with the NIH. We have some National Science Foundation investigations on Space Station. So it's great to see people finding ways to use space station to address their problems. You know, one of the things we find is when you take gravity out of the equation, it really allows you to look at your science and your fundamental questions in a very different way.
Would you say there's been anybody who surprised you that you just have never thought about using the space station like that before?
You know, that's a great question. I have to think about it. I'm sure there was when I first started here, but after being in NASA all these years, you know, I think I am really kind of never surprised to see folks come in the door, and I'm always excited to see new, non-traditional users. You know, as I mentioned, we've got all of those non-NASA users coming in. We also get student experiments, which is great. So it's really been a pleasure to work with all the different communities.
Well, we are sending 4 new pairs of hands your way to start working on more science. Can you tell us a little bit about what, I guess, the benefits that the Commercial Crew program is bringing to the space station are?
Well, as you mentioned, Commercial Crew means more people on board, and more astronauts means more science. So that's our huge benefit right off the bat. But also the Commercial Crew program in general means greater access to and from the International Space Station. So all of that infrastructure that went into creating the program means that we are able to get our samples back much faster with this greater amount of traffic. And that means we can get them back to the labs and into the hands of researchers much more more quickly. So as you asked earlier about those results coming out, I think what we're going to see is the sooner we can get the science back and into the hands of the scientists, we'll see more results coming out.
I bet there are a lot of people who can't wait for that. What are some of the Expedition 64 research projects that we're going to be seeing going on in the next few months?
Well, we've got a SpaceX cargo vehicle coming up in a couple weeks, so right after Crew-1, and that is going to be loaded with science. We have a couple different investigations coming up on that. We're going to have some tissue chips, so that's one of the collaborations I mentioned with the National Institutes of Health. We're going to have an engineered heart tissue experiment. So this is taking stem cells and differentiating them into cardiac tissue. So one of the things that we look at in space and folks in human health have looked at is cardiac function of astronauts. So they're going to be taking a look at those heart cells on something called a tissue chip, which is about the size of a USB stick, and they're able to model a physiological system on that. So it's really neat. We've done a number of these experiments, and it's an ongoing program that we have. Another experiment we have is in astrobiology. So that's an ESA experiment, and that will be taking a look at bacteria on different rocks, basically to see how the bacteria interact and may change the mineral composition or the minerals that those rocks release. It's also taking a look at biofilms, which is a really interesting topic in any closed environment, especially in spaceflight, where you get these biological films that form, and they can be really robust and really communicate with each other, and they can do great things, and they also can cause some issues if they get into things like your water system. So this will be a really interesting experiment.
It always amazes me to hear about the projects that go on board the space station. Some of them sound like magic, really. It's amazing.
We're also going to have, right now we have some radishes growing, so you guys may see those, and the Crew-1 crew will have a chance to work on those as well. So that's really important not only for space station research, but also for our future programs, is figuring out how do we grow plants and how do we grow crops in space. Science forces are different in microgravity, and so things like surface tension take over, and we don't think about it much here on Earth, but it's really challenging to be able to water plants in space. So this is something that's really important for us to work out on space station before we are dependent on these types of systems to go further for exploration. So for example, to go back to the moon long term or forward onto Mars.
Right. Are there? I guess that's really a big component of the research that we do on space station. Not just benefiting so directly us here on Earth, but also benefiting us in that we can go further eventually.
That's right.
Are there other examples that you would give us?
Sure. Space station is really the proving ground for future exploration technologies. So space station is the only place that we're able to study how microgravity impacts human physiology and the human body long term. We also test out a lot of our technologies that we're going to need for those future programs, for Artemis, for Gateway, and then eventually for going beyond as well. We test out our life support systems. We have done a couple experiments with simulated regolith at different gravity gradients, so in microgravity and lunar gravity, and then even spun it at Martian gravity, to take a look at how we could use it as a potential building material like concrete. So I think that is really neat that we're starting to look at how do we use materials for those future programs. And, of course, life support system is very important. And so we need a long lead time to make sure that those are robust and also very dependable. And so that's the type of work that we need to be doing on space station now to enable us to go forward.
It feels like we'll be seeing the benefits of space station research for a long time to come.
I hope so. I agree.
Well, thank you so much for joining us, Jennifer. We really appreciate it. We're going to send it back to Hawthorne so they can keep you up to date with how the Dragon is doing as it makes its way to the International Space Station. Thanks.
Thanks, Brandy and Jennifer. I thought that was really cool getting to hear all of that from Jennifer. One thing that really stood out to me was the collaborations that they do with the science experiments. I thought that was really awesome that it's not just NASA doing all the science experiments, but collaborating with other teams, and sometimes even students' science experiments get to go up there.
Yeah, absolutely. I love the fact that students can create these experiments and send them to the International Space Station, and they are big-time experiments too. This is not your normal, elementary school classroom kind of stuff. This is really next level that's happening on the space station.
Yeah, it's amazing. It's amazing what you could see that can be done and accomplished with teamwork.
So we heard that there are some updated times coming up for these burns. The transfer burn will now occur at 2:50 p.m. Pacific time, and the final co-elliptic burn, the last of those 5 major burns in Dragon's journey to the space station, will happen at 3:36 p.m. Pacific time. So we'll be watching for those. Additionally, we are also standing by and waiting very excitedly for the upcoming broadcast with the crew on Crew Dragon, and that will now be taking place at 1:48 p.m. Pacific time. So they'll begin testing out their cameras early, making sure everything looks good, and then we'll be able to share with you as soon as they go live. Take a look. That is Crew-Dragon on its way to the International Space Station. This view coming from the space station itself, while Crew-Dragon is currently about 200 kilometers away. Now, the most recent burn was at 9:03 a.m. Pacific time this morning. That was the close co-elliptic burn, and that puts it in an orbit below station, roughly 10 kilometers below, but also still some behind station. So right now, 200 kilometers away from station.
Such an incredible view, and now we are looking inside of Dragon with the crew. Move it around. Looks like Baby Yoda is trying to help Mike with something.
Or getting in the way. Pretty amazing to see that view of the outside of the capsule, and then to know that these are the humans who are living inside it.
Right.
There they are, and it's just going to get better as we get closer to the International Space Station over the next several hours.
Such a cool view. It almost looks like a star on its way to the International Space Station.
Dragon SpaceX for video.
Go ahead for video.
And actually, to be more clear, this is for video on the ISS. They do have a good view of Dragon, even though you are quite still a ways out.
That is good to hear. And how far out are we? So I still show us 200 kilometers out, and they've got good video on us.
Yeah, it's affirmative. Yeah, we see about 200 kilometers. They're pretty zoomed in, but yeah, we can definitely see you.
Can they see us waving?
Not yet, not quite.
So they might be able to see Ike's smile, though, because it hasn't stopped since we've been up here.
Oh, that's what it is. Yeah, they can definitely see that.
That's what I thought.
Those were some words from the Corps, the Crew Operations and Resources Engineer here in Hawthorne, to our Crew-Dragon crew, letting them know that we've got these amazing views of the capsule on its way to the space station, coming from the space station itself. And Mike Hawkins asked if they could see them waving. They said no yet, not yet, but that they could see Ike smiling, and Ike is Victor Glover. He's making his first space flight. Ike is his call sign, and it stands for "I know everything." it's a name that his crewmates gave to him. So not on this mission, but previously before he joined. So yeah, apparently it sounds like everybody's not only doing well, but also having a great time as they continue on their way to the space station.
And coming up in about 45 minutes or so, at 1:48, we will get to go on board with the crew with a live broadcast event. Again, that's at 1:48, so in about 45 minutes from now, we will get to hear from all of the crew members on board Dragon.
Hi, everyone, and thanks for continuing to join us for the flight of Crew-1 aboard Crew Dragon on its way to the International Space Station. We're here at SpaceX headquarters in Hawthorne, California, and we've been monitoring this mission the entire way since Crew suit up yesterday, really. And then the crew lifted off last night at 7:27 p.m. Eastern Time. And coming up very shortly, we're going to get a really special treat.
Yeah, we're going to get to see a live broadcast of the crew on board Dragon Resilience. Hopefully they'll be able to get us a small tour of their Resilience vehicle and also be able to answer some questions hopefully up there. So really excited to see that.
I'm really hopeful that they show us not only around Crew Dragon, but they also tell us their experience so far. We heard earlier that Victor Glover has not stopped smiling since he launched. So I would love to hear more about how things are going.
Right, and they could see his smile all the way to the International Space Station.
Probably so. It's a pretty bright smile.
So really excited for that. Stay tuned. Should be coming up here shortly in a few minutes.
We're currently 152 kilometers away from station, Crew Dragon is, and we've already had 3 of the 5 major burns take place aboard Crew Dragon. You can see those demonstrated on the screen here. The first happened last night, about 45 minutes after launch. That was the phase burn. And then there was a short phase adjust burn this morning at 6:50 a.m. Pacific time. After that was the boost burn. That was at 8:22 a.m. this morning, and then shortly after, the closed co-elliptic burn at 9:03 a.m. Pacific time. That's the most recent burn we've had, and that put Dragon in a roughly 10-kilometer orbit all the way around the Earth. It's called a co-elliptic orbit. So next couple of burns coming up are the transfer burn and the final co-elliptic burn, and that will complete the rendezvous phase for us.
And those burns are coming up in about an hour from now.
We're just standing by waiting for those views from Crew Dragon. We expect them to be using the floater camera, which is not a fixed camera inside Crew Dragon. It gives them a little more flexibility to get out of their seats.
Dragon, SpaceX, we see good video. Are you ready for the event?
Resilience is ready for the event.
Copy, we're go.
Okay, everyone. Good morning, good afternoon, good evening, and welcome on board Crew Dragon Resilience. Victor, Shannon, Soichi, and I are very pleased to welcome you on board as we journey to the International Space Station. Currently, we're going to give you just a little bit of a tour of our home for the next few hours as well. And so starting, I'm sitting here in the cockpit, or the bridge, if you will. So this is where we are for launch and for landing, as well as when we get ready for docking. If you take a quick look here, you can see we've got 3 primary displays, touchscreen displays that we use to control resilience. And so we can bring up our procedures, we can bring up maps that show where we are over the Earth, and it's actually quite nice, the touch screens that we have here for controlling resilience. We also have some backup controls here, buttons, so that if anything should happen to these displays, we still have some of the critical functionality that we can accomplish with these buttons that you see here. So that's pretty much it here in the cockpit, and so now I'm going to pass you off to Ike.
Hello, everyone. Victor here. Baby Yoda and I wanted to talk to you a little bit about the hatches. Just about 24 hours ago, we entered resilience through this side hatch, and to open that hatch again until we are safely splashed down in the ocean and the recovery forces are bringing us aboard the ship and taking us out of the capsule. So when we dock to station, we will actually leave and go into ISS through the forward hatch, which is up here, and it's based on the body axis of the spacecraft, so the nose cone opens forward and you can go into station in that direction. And at this time, I'm going to hand you off to Soichi.
And Soichi, for awareness, we're not getting audio from you currently.
I'm sorry. Hey, good evening and konbanwa. This is Soichi Noguchi. I'm now talking through the lower tier of the capsule. Many people see the seat, but Dragon capsule has amazingly vast area of storage. And I'm now sitting over the mid-deck lockers, and this is quite a roomy area. There might be some other creatures kind of slowly coming through you. And this is also a very important stuff. This is the storage area for the EVA equipment for us when we go up. And this is actually powered payload, and it is now powered, and it's like a refrigerator which holds ice cream. Science material. Science material for the ISS. Okay, that's the vast storage area underneath our seat. Now I'm going to turn over to Shannon.
All right. Thank you, Soichi. As you can see, with the four of us in this Dragon capsule, it's quite a bit more crowded than it was with just Doug and Bob. And so I thought I would show you some of what it's like to actually live on a spacecraft like this. You'll see that we actually have bags stowed all over the place, and this is for a number of reasons. You can pan over here, Soichi. You will see up here we actually have some bags full of our emergency equipment, and we've got bags that hold our supplies, such as the shirts and pants that we are wearing now came up in these bags. You will also see that we've got things such as food and water stashed around, because every once in a while we like to have a snack. A little bit later on I'm going to have some trail mix. These are the water bottles that we have to drink out of. You can see it can be a little bit challenging because there is air mixed in. After you drink some of your water, you've got air in there, so you may wonder, well, how do you drink the water and not just the air? So, in order to drink water on the Dragon, you have to open it up, and then you have to gently rotate to get the water up near the top, and then you can take a drink. And the rest of the time you can just play with your air bubbles. So that's basically what daily life is like. We sort of dance around each other to try and stay out of each other's way, eat and drink, and wait for the next engine burn. So at this time, I'm going to hand you back over to Mike.
Okay, thank you, Shannon and Soichi and Victor. And so, I tell you, we're going to close out this little tour of Dragon Resilience here with something very, very special. Actually, this is something that is a tradition within the astronaut office. And just to give you a little history on it, so when you first are selected as an astronaut and you come in for your basic training, you go through about 2 years of training to become an astronaut. And then once that is complete and you graduate, we give each candidate now becomes an astronaut, but they're an unflown astronaut, and they get a silver pin. But once you've passed that 100-kilometer mark, you then get a gold pin. And we have one member of our crew who does not have the appropriate accoutrement for his uniform, and so we're very to be able to give Victor Glover his gold astronaut pin for passing 100 kilometers. Congratulations.
Thank you. Thank you. Crew-1.
Crew-1. Again, thanks everyone for coming out. This is just an unbelievable experience. It has been fantastic so far, and we're looking forward. You know, we're about 21 hours into a 6-month mission, and so we are very excited for us. And I think I'm just going to close it with all for one, Crew-1 for all. Bye, everyone.
Hopper, thank you so much, and actually thanks to the entire Resilience crew for that amazing tour and great event. Congratulations, Victor. You must be so excited. And this concludes the event.
All right, we copy, Jay. That was a lot of fun. Thank you for letting us give a tour.
And you can see Victor Glover has still not stopped smiling, and honestly, neither have I, watching that tour of Crew Dragon.
Yeah, and he got his official gold pin for passing 100 kilometers. That must be amazing. We mentioned earlier today that he did know that specific number of the height he had reached. Now he is out in space with the Crew-1 team.
You can tell that this crew really have bonded over the last several months training together. And Victor, really proud of his new pin. I'm so excited for him, his first trip to space. But a really interesting tour of Crew Dragon. Obviously, Commander Mike Hopkins showed us the seats that they launched in, and he mentioned, you know, we've seen some really great views of that, but Soichi showed us what's underneath the seats.
Yeah.
And we got a good glimpse at that storage. And so he mentioned there was a fridge, not for ice cream, but it is a fridge that helps us stow science samples and experiments going to and from the International Space Station. And then Shannon Walker showing us some of those snacks. It's relatable to me.
Yeah, and actually it was really cool to get this kind of a tour because for the most part we've been seeing them in their seats. It almost makes Dragon looks so small, but with Soichi underneath where the cargo goes, you can really see how large that cabin really is. And even though there is 4 people in there, it does, you know, they don't have tons of room, but it is pretty spacious enough for them to be able to maneuver around.
Yeah, and you could tell Victor was, it looked like standing up. You know, he's in space, so he's not standing up, but he was able to fully stand in the vehicle and still have plenty of room. And I think he's a pretty tall guy.
Yeah.
So it does look pretty roomy in there. And as they mentioned, things are still going well on their journey.
SpaceX, this is Dragon for timeline.
Dragon SpaceX.
AJ, just wanted to confirm with you that we don't have any other planned activities that need the floater camera, and so we might go ahead and start doing some cleanup in here around the cockpit, getting ready for approach.
We concur, and that's a good plan. And Dragon SpaceX, we confirm the camera is off, so safe to stow.
Okay, we copy. Thank you.
But again, just absolutely amazing event. As we mentioned, they were using that floater camera, so they were able to really take us around Crew Dragon, which was very cool. And just confirming with Core here in Hawthorne that they won't need that camera again until they start picking things up and getting ready for docking, so they were going to stow it away. But that was such a special look. I'm so glad that we got the opportunity to hear from them. And the next major milestone for Crew Dragon will be coming up in about 50 minutes from now, and that'll be the transfer burn, the 4th of 5 major burns on the trip to station today. We're expecting that at 2:50 p.m. Pacific time.
We're expecting Dragon's thrusters to fire a little more than 30 seconds to put the highest point of Dragon's orbit just 2.5 kilometers below the station.
While we wait for the transfer burn, we can take some more social media questions. This one from Haley. What kind of personal items do they bring with them, if any? We talked about this a little bit. A lot of the astronauts, they only get a very small amount of space that they can pack and bring things. But a lot of them like to bring photos of their family. That's a very popular thing to bring. So they'll put them up inside their crew quarters. As we mentioned, it's kind of the size of a small closet, so they try and make it as homey as possible. They're also allowed to bring up other special items or mementos to them, maybe pieces of jewelry, and they also sometimes bring up things for their friends or family and take photos of it for them. So all of these things are screened before they make their way to the International Space Station for safety purposes, but they do get the opportunity to take up some personal items.
Yeah, it's great for them to be on a 6-month trip, that they're able to at least bring a little bit of home with them on the station.
Absolutely. We're still
and SpaceX Dragon for food.
Dragon SpaceX, we're ready to copy.
we show we're going to be coming up on our 4th meal on board, and so just wondering if you have a recommendation, suggestion for which meals we should be getting that from for the next one coming up.
I will look into that, and I'll get back to you.
Okay, copy. So just so you know, we have had our primary ascent, breakfast, lunch, dinners, and snack.
Copy on those. Thanks.
You just heard them discussing the food with the crew. They make sure anything that's consumed or used whatsoever, they relay back to the crew in Hawthorne, because everything needs to be meticulously tracked aboard Crew Dragon and the International Space Station as well. So we have another note, this one, not a question, but a congratulations for Victor Glover, who, as we saw on that little Crew Dragon tour, just got his new wings. So excited for him. That means he reached the 100-kilometer mark, reaching space. When the astronauts finish their 2-year training period, they receive a little silver pin, and they don't get that gold pin until they reach space. So really exciting to see that presented to him on orbit.
Yeah, and with us being able to watch that live, that was really amazing that we could share that moment, and that they allowed us to share that moment with them on board.
Absolutely. And we are still answering your Ask NASA questions, so to get that to us, go on Twitter, use the hashtag AskNASA. We will do our very best to answer as many as we can. In the meantime, this is a view of Mission Control Hawthorne. These teams have been monitoring the vehicle for 24/7, since they launched yesterday. So I guess it is going to be 24 hours here coming up in just a little bit. But let's see, another question. What do astronauts do for Thanksgiving, Christmas, and New Year's? These astronauts will be on board for all 3 of those holidays, and we don't want them to feel like they're missing out. And so there are small celebrations that happen aboard the space station. That's different for every crew, just depending on how they want to celebrate. But there are a few decorations up there, especially for Christmas. I know there was a sneaky elf up there a few years ago. Let's see what else. Oh, they'll sometimes celebrate with a special meal. I know for Thanksgiving they have a lot of the traditional foods that we still have on Thanksgiving too, anything from sweet potatoes to turkey. So they get those times to spend meals together, and they also get those days off like we do here on Earth. And they also spend time talking with their family and friends.
Sounds awesome. They still get to celebrate the holidays just like we do. We've got another one. Are there any difference between Endeavour and Resilience? That's a really good question. By design, not really. They both are designed to be fully functional Dragon vehicles. Endeavour was the first test vehicle that we did use in Demo 2, but it fully functions just the same way as Resilience does. Really no difference aside from what the mission entailed. So Demo 2, the astronauts on board did perform tests on their way to the International Space Station, but on Crew-1, no tests needed. So they are just cruising and enjoying the ride.
I love this question from Tim. His 5-year-old daughter Clara is asking why the astronauts were not wearing their suits in the capsule. Well, they were when they lifted off. This is a good question, by the way, Clara. Thanks for watching. They were wearing them when they lifted off, and shortly after the first burns, they were able to take those suits off and get into some more comfortable clothes, because they're mostly in a coasting phase right now. And so for all of these burns that are taking place, They don't really have to do anything or command the mission. It's all autonomous, and so they're also perfectly safe in their normal clothes rather than in their suits. Now, they will put their suits back on once it's time to dock with the International Space Station, because that is a pretty dynamic phase of the mission, and you could have to back away at any time. So the astronauts will put their suits back on, but for now, and especially since it's a long ride, it's nice to get into some comfortable clothes.
Yeah, and just as a reminder, the suit's main primary function is for the unlikely event of a depressurization inside of the cabin. So as long as they're safe, they don't need to wear them, only need to wear them when they're lifting off and when they're about to dock with the space station.
Keep sending in those questions, and we are standing by to listen to communications, standing by for that next burn coming up, looking at about around 2:50 p.m. Pacific. The transfer burn will be right here, and we share that with you soon.
Dragon SpaceX for meals.
Go ahead, SpaceX.
Okay, we'd like you to pull from location 19, bag 305 for the next meal, and location 20, bag 313. I'll copy.
Okay, we copy 19, bag 305, location 20, bag 313 for the next meal.
It's a good readback.
Thank you.
Looks like the crew is getting into some of those meals we heard them discussing. We heard them talking with the Corps, the Crew Operations and Resources Engineer here in Hawthorne about where they could find their next meals. As a reminder, each of the crew members has 12 meals for this flight. However, I don't think they'll need a full 12 for this 27-hour rendezvous. But who knows? I mean, space travel is hungry work. So they could go through it all. They have some snacks as well. And these are these MRE meals. You want to talk about that?
These are prepackaged meals that are ready to eat. Literally, that's what MRE stands for, are meals ready to eat. Makes it really convenient for them on Dragon that they can just open up their packages and start eating. They don't need to rehydrate them or heat them up or add any other ingredients. They're just ready to go.
Dragon SpaceX for stowage.
And go ahead for storage.
Yeah, I just wanted to pass up just a general reminder. The carry-on bags, they do not meet flammability requirements. I just wanted to let you know that as you're reconfiguring the cabin, those are designed to be easy to remove and stow back into the overhead bags.
Okay, copy. Carry-on bags are not flame resistant, so we'll get them put back. Thanks.
And that was the crew and the Corps noting that some of the bags they're using aren't flame resistant. That's something that we track meticulously as well when in space. The last thing you want is a fire on a spacecraft, and so to mitigate that, we can put those flammable bags inside non-flammable bags and help solve some of that problem.
It looks like they're doing that right now. But they are getting ready to eat, as we mentioned. They were pulling out some of those MREs. If you're just now joining us, the crew on board Dragon Resilience has their meals ready to eat. Hopefully we'll be enjoying them shortly.
Well, I believe this is their second meal of the day. I think they had breakfast earlier. Not quite sure what they might be eating, but compared to their breakfasts yesterday when they got on the Crew Dragon just before launch, those were pretty hearty meals.
Oh yeah, steak and curry.
Hamburgers, yes.
And the next major burn coming up is the transfer burn at about 2:50 p.m. Pacific time. This will be the fourth of the 5 major burns. So we've got 3 major burns down. We have the transfer burn coming up next, and then shortly after the transfer burn will be the co-elliptic burn, which will be the final burn, and that will be at approximately 3:36 p.m. Pacific time.
And that transfer burn, it's a pretty short burn. It's only 44 seconds and should propel Dragon at 3 meters per second. It will raise Dragon's apogee, or the highest point of its orbit around Earth, to just 2.5 kilometers lower than the space station's orbit. And later on, that final co-elliptic burn will be about 34 seconds long and should propel us at 2.37 meters per second towards station, and that turns our orbit into a co-elliptic orbit, meaning that we will maintain that 2.5 kilometer distance below station's orbit.
And these burns do seem a bit short, 44 seconds to 34 seconds, but they go a very long way. Again, we need precise maneuvers to get Dragon up and in front of the docking port in preparation for docking, which is coming later on today.
Yes, these burns use a mix of the service section Draco engine or thrusters, and those are around the body of Dragon, as well as some of those forward bulkhead thrusters. Those are underneath the nose cone, which was deployed after launch.
Again, if you're just now joining us, what you are looking at on your screen is a live view inside of Dragon Resilience with the Crew-1 team members moving around.
Looks like everybody is out of their seats. We can't see Soichi Noguchi's seat right now. His is just behind the camera, but they were preparing to have a meal. And this view coming from the International Space Station, currently flying 266 statute miles over Australia, the west, I would say West Australia right now.
Yeah, they've got some nice views of Earth from that Dragon and from the station. And as a reminder, we're about 20 minutes away from the next major burn. That is the transfer burn, coming up at about 2:50 p.m. Pacific time, followed by the co-elliptic burn at 3:36 p.m. Pacific time. And if you have any questions, Leah and I are still taking more questions. Please use the hashtag AskNASA on Twitter. Send them our way, and hopefully we'll get to read some of them and answer them live.
Dragon SpaceX for burn.
And go ahead for the burn.
Okay, want to let you know that we are go for the transfer burn coming up here in about 12 minutes. And just a reminder that internal cameras are still enabled.
Okay, copy. We are go for the transfer burn in about 12 minutes.
Good to be back.
We heard those comms that they're preparing for the transfer burn coming up in less than 12 minutes now. Sounds like everything is go for that transfer burn, so should see that shortly. Again, the transfer burn will last about 44 seconds long. This will push the vehicle a little bit closer to the space station, about 2.5 kilometers beneath the space station with this burn.
Yeah, and just before this, we heard Mission Director polling, and that's the team here in Hawthorne, polling the team to make sure they were all go, and so everyone is on the same page, and we've got that green light. And you're right, after the transfer burn, we'll be moving on to the last of the final burns, which is the final, or the closed co-elliptic, sorry, the final co-elliptic burn. I was right the first time. That'll be about 45 or 34 seconds long, and it will change Dragon's velocity by about 2.37 meters per second. That'll come up at around 3:36 p.m. Pacific time, so maybe 45 minutes until now, or after the transfer burn, I should say. Currently, the crew is getting in their seats for the burn. We want to minimize the movement inside the capsule during those burns, but they do not have to be in their spacesuits right now. So we are standing by for more information as we get closer to the transfer burn. We'll make sure to update you, especially once the burn starts and gets underway. We'll be looking for that word nominal. Once again, it's our favorite. And we will let you know as we get closer what we can expect.
Yeah, and we're just about 10 minutes away from that transfer burn, so stay tuned. We will bring you back in so that we can confirm that burn start live and confirmation of the burn as well.
Dragon SpaceX, no response required, but just a reminder to minimize any dynamic movements starting at this time.
Dragon copies, Wilco. And SpaceX, this is Dragon with question on a line for burn.
Ready to copy.
Our event details say that we should salute to align the trunk with the forward velocity vector, and we currently are not in that configuration. Is that we're in the correct alignment?
Dragon SpaceX, yeah, that is correct. Looks like that event detail needs to be updated. This is the correct attitude. It's about 45 degrees off from velocity vector.
Okay, Dragon copies.
We are just moments away now from the transfer burn that should occur at 2:50 p.m. Pacific time. The fourth of 5 major burns in Dragon's journey to the International Space Station. Recently, the crew maneuvered Dragon, well, I should say Dragon maneuvered itself into the burn attitude. It had its solar rays pointing toward the sun, and now it's configured properly for that burn. Crew Dragon itself is now 83 meters away from the 83 kilometers away from the International Space Station. We have quite a few checks before we get anywhere that close. And so we are standing by next for that transfer burn. We have confirmation that the burn has begun, and we will await to hear, hopefully, the term nominal.
Again, this is only a 44-second burn, so it should be ending shortly.
Dragon SpaceX, nominal burn.
And good news, we did confirm a nominal burn.
And SpaceX from Dragon, we copy nominal burn. And can you, Jay, we didn't see the Delta V to go on the forward view, or it wasn't in the event details. Was this a burn that you guys uploaded and didn't put that information on board?
Negative. Yeah, this is a transfer burn. This is the first mid-weight burn. So there could be some deltas there. This is different than Demo 2, so we'll take a note. If you can take a picture, that'd be great. And note that the next burn will also be a mid-weight burn.
We didn't get it during the burn, but during the burn there was no Delta V to go, and also in the event details there was no DV to go.
Copy all. Yeah, note that the next burn will also be the same type of burn.
And then actually just to add to that, the duration, I know that's just an estimate, but it was definitely longer than what the estimated duration was. So without any Delta V to go to monitor, that was a little strange to see it keep going like that.
Copy all. We'll make a note and we'll discuss here and give you some words ahead of the next burn.
Okay, copy that.
And you heard the Corps talking with the crew, actually Commander Mike Hopkins relaying down some differences or discrepancies in what they saw on their data on the displays about the burn versus what occurred with the burn. It was a completely nominal burn, but the crew was unable to see the delta velocity changes that they were looking for on the displays, and so the ground team's working to make sure that they're able to see that information next time that we have a burn, which coming up will be the final co-elliptic burn. But again, as we heard, it was a nominal burn, so all good news for Dragon.
Yeah, everything looked good, and they will confirm that ahead of the next burn is what they mentioned, so look out for those comms coming up shortly. And what you're seeing on your screen is the live view from the International Space Station, spying Dragon Resilience from a distance. Some pretty cool views there on your left-hand screen. That small dot is Dragon making its way to station.
And let's see. Looks like they are only 65 kilometers away from International Space Station now.
Getting close.
That transfer burn boosting them just a little bit closer. The view on the right-hand side of your screen is from the International Space Station as well. And the International Space Station is currently flying to the west of South America, maybe west of Ecuador. And it's flying about 261 statute miles over Earth. Before too long, you can see it getting a little dark out there. They'll be entering an orbital nighttime, and that means they are just crossing what we call the Terminator line. It's an invisible line, but it does take you from day to night. The space station orbiting Earth approximately every 90 minutes, so getting their fair share of sunrises and sunsets every day.
And we are about 30 minutes away from the next and final of the 5 major burns, that co-elliptic burn. That should begin at 3:36 p.m. Pacific time and last about 34 seconds long.
And after that final co-elliptic burn is complete, we will be complete with the rendezvous phase of the mission. The rendezvous phase is from orbital insertion until the end of this burn. The following burns will be the approach initiation burn, and that's really what sets us into our approach phase. We'll begin integrated operations shortly afterward, and that's when our teams in Houston and in Hawthorne work together to get Crew Dragon safely to the International Space Station.
Dragon SpaceX for burn.
Go ahead for the burn.
Yeah, for the final burn, if you look on your forward view, you can see that there's very little radio component to this burn, so you can expect the trunk pointing to be per your event details. Burn duration, we're predicting it to be between 25 and 35 seconds.
Okay, so we can expect the slew to the, what the event details have in there, and 25 to 30 seconds for duration. Copy for the heads up. Thanks.
Yeah, good read back. And if you'd like to monitor the actual trajectory, the Dragon to ISS view is a good one to watch. And we should be going into a co-elliptic trajectory.
Dragon copies.
And Dragon SpaceX, we are go for the burn, the final burn, coming up in about 19 minutes.
And Dragon copies, go for the final burn.
And we heard those call outs that we are preparing for the final co-elliptic burn coming up in about 19 minutes or so. And the crew gave the go for burn. Again, this will be the final of the 5 major burns that Dragon needs in order to start the approach. And this will maintain the 2.5 kilometers below station.
Just before we heard the Corps call up to the crew that they were go for the burn, they conducted another go, no-go poll for this specific burn. They want to make sure everybody is on page and that all systems are go before the burn. We also heard just a little bit before that, the Corps was sharing with the crew that the time for this burn could range anywhere from maybe 25 to 35 seconds, and we will learn that as it happens, maybe a little bit before. But the vehicle really knows what it needs, and so it's not necessarily something that's programmed down here in Mission Control, but instead the vehicle knows where it is at in space and where the space station is. And so it reconfigures the necessary burn times based on how the other burns performed.
Yeah, so very exciting. One more burn to go out of these 5 major burns. Stay tuned. We're going to hopefully hear all of those call-outs live and see how long that burn actually takes. Again, as a reminder, they did say it'll be 25 seconds to 35 seconds. And even though it is a short burn, it does go a long way, again, as we mentioned earlier. So stay tuned for the final co-elliptic burn.
Dragon SpaceX, no response required, but slew is in progress.
And Dragon copies. We see it.
And we are just about a minute away or so from that final co-elliptic burn. We should hear that call out here shortly. Again, this will be the final of the 5 major burns that Dragon has to do before we start approach for docking.
Yeah, and this burn will place Dragon into the same orbital plane as the International Space Station, about 2.5 kilometers below the station, to prepare for its its approach and autonomous docking maneuvers. So we heard the team had already been pulled go for this burn, and we should be expecting that any moment now. And the burn has started. This is a short burn. We heard 25 to 35 seconds, and we will be standing by to learn the full duration of that burn.
Dragon SpaceX, nominal burn.
Dragon copies.
And great news coming from the core to the crew. Nominal burn, that last major burn, the 5th and final of the rendezvous phase. And next we will be, the rendezvous phase covers all of Dragon's maneuvers from separation from Falcon 9 into this moment now. And we are getting very close to the International Space Station. As a matter of fact, it looks like we are 50 kilometers away from the International Space Station. So continuing to get closer and closer to the station and to our docking time tonight.
So as we mentioned, we did complete 5 major burns, the first of which was the phase burn, followed by the boost burn, and then the close co-elliptic burn, transfer burn, and what we just witnessed was the final co-elliptic burn. So now we are preparing to go into the approach phase of Dragon's journey to the International Space Station.
And we're really about an hour and 22 minutes about until we call rendezvous complete. That's the point. We should only be about 30 kilometers away from the station. And as a reminder, we are right now about 50 kilometers away from the space station. So we'll be coming up on that rendezvous complete and entering into that approach phase in just over an hour and 20 minutes from now.
Very exciting that they're getting very, very close.
I know.
Almost there, almost there.
And about an hour from now will mark the 24-hour time from when we launched yesterday. So they've been in space for almost 24 hours now. And as we mentioned, after the rendezvous is complete in about an hour and 20 minutes, we'll move into approach and docking. We'll have the approach initiation burn. That will bring Dragon from 2.5 kilometers below and 7 kilometers behind station all the way up to only 400 meters.
SpaceX for rendezvous complete time.
And go ahead for rendezvous complete time.
Yeah, we see the vehicle is showing 0100 for rendezvous complete, and that's per the timeline. Your next major milestone after that will be suit donning on schedule.
Okay, we copy that. 0100 for rendezvous complete, and then next major event suit donning at 0150. We copy all.
You just heard the Corps informing the crew about the same thing. The rendezvous complete time looking to be about 1 a.m. GMT. That's the time they're using aboard Crew Dragon and the International Space Station, and that translates to 5 p.m. Pacific time. So as we mentioned, coming up in about an hour and 20 minutes, we should be finished with that rendezvous phase. The crew can start putting on their suits. And we were talking about the approach initiation burn. So that brings Dragon directly 400 meters below the station. And it also moves Dragon inside the approach ellipsoid. We'll talk a little bit more about that in a while. But that's that invisible line. It measures 4 by 2 by 2 kilometers around the International Space Station.
And as you heard, they are going to start getting into their suits in preparation for the approach phase. As a reminder, we do only use these suits in the event of an depressurization inside of the cabin. So everything looking nominal, but just in case, they do prepare for any situation, especially especially for something as specific as the approach and docking of the vehicle and attaching to the International Space Station.
We're also starting to come up on the time that it becomes joint operations, meaning it's not just the team here in Hawthorne that's working with Dragon, but it's also the team in Houston working with the International Space Station. They join forces and start working together to make sure Dragon's approach is safe while moving up toward the International Space Station, and that the space station itself is ready to receive it. But everything we've heard so far is nothing but good news, and we continue to stand by with those 5 major burns completed for us to exit the rendezvous phase and move into approach. joining us on our continuing coverage of Crew Dragon's journey to the International Space Station after a successful liftoff last night at 7:27 p.m. Eastern Time from Kennedy Space Center in Florida. We are here at Hawthorne, or at SpaceX headquarters in Hawthorne, and we have seen the completion of five major burns, taking Dragon on its way to the International Space Station.
Yeah, and they are almost done with the rendezvous phase. We completed all the burns for the rendezvous phase. Next up will be the approach. So in the meantime, we're going to take some questions.
And this first one, how many times does the space station travel around Earth in 24 hours? The International Space Station is traveling 17,500 miles an hour around Earth, meaning they see about 16 sunrises and sunsets a day. So they make an orbit every 90 minutes. So every 45 minutes, it's either light outside or it's dark outside.
That's a lot of sunsets and sunrises there.
I guess I get a lot of good photo ops.
Yeah.
A lot of golden hours.
So there are 7 people on board, but there are only 6 sleeping places on the International Space Station. Where does the 7th person sleep? Well, we're going to have Dragon attached to the station, so we will make room for another bed for Mike to sleep inside of Dragon Resilience.
I think that's a pretty sweet setup. I would volunteer to sleep in Crew Dragon.
Same.
Above which continent is the International Space Station right now? And the International Space Station is actually over the Indian Ocean at this moment, but it is off the west coast of Australia, so it's flying 266 statute miles above all of us on the good Earth.
We're moving so fast.
And this question, does Crew Dragon have Wi-Fi?
And Crew Dragon does not have Wi-Fi. They do have communications with the ground here in Hawthorne as well as Mission Control when they need it, but no Wi-Fi.
They'll be okay. They've got great views to look at. Yeah. Is there anything special we should keep an eye out for during the welcome ceremony when the crew gets to the space station?
I think the special thing that we should keep an eye out for is the crew getting onto the station.
Yeah, that's a great point. I like that about the welcome ceremony. You know, it is a very genuine moment. They're excited to get there. Hopefully we'll see lots of hugs all around. So it's definitely a moment to celebrate. We'll be watching closely.
Yeah, and the folks on board station already are probably looking forward to having more company on board with them for the next 6 months.
Especially, it's like having company come over for the holidays.
Right. How do they do laundry on the International Space Station? That's a really great question.
Well, the answer is they don't do laundry on the International Space Station. We have cargo resupply craft that bring up cargo for the astronauts, but when they depart, they don't necessarily land or splash down. They actually burn up in the Earth's atmosphere. So instead of putting anything that we want to return to Earth on those cargo resupply craft, we put our trash or our laundry. And another reason we don't do laundry is because water is a very precious resource in space, and so we conserve as much of it as possible. And they have a saying on the space station, yesterday's coffee is today's coffee, because all of the water on the International Space Station, whether that comes from the astronauts or whether it is vapor in the air, is recycled, purified, and reused. Keeps us from having to launch a lot of weight very frequently.
Well, that's a plus. So kids, if you do not like doing laundry, just become an astronaut. What time zone does the crew operate in?
The crew aboard the International Space Station, they operate in GMT, or Greenwich Mean Time. There are 2 really major mission control rooms for our 2 major international partners, and that's in Houston with NASA at Johnson Space Center, and then there's also one in Russia, and that's Roscosmos, the Russian space agency. And so GMT, that time zone is kind of in the middle of both of those, and that's what our astronauts operate on. This question, how will the astronauts celebrate Thanksgiving? I had the privilege a few years ago to go learn about how the astronauts reheat their food, and we were learning about what they might make for Thanksgiving. Sometimes we even get a special video of them showing us what their Thanksgiving meal is. So they will have a Thanksgiving meal all together. They'll get to enjoy the day off like we do. They will gather around the table and they'll open up after rehydrating all of your favorite Thanksgiving foods, anything from green beans to sweet potatoes to turkey. Don't have the specifics right now of what they'll have for dinner, but in the past, those are some of the items that we've seen.
Sounds very cool, and just about a week away from Thanksgiving, right?
Yeah, that's right. Wow. Can't wait.
So we have finished the 5 major burns for the rendezvous phase. Next coming up will be the approach phase. That'll consist of several smaller burns that'll get Dragon set up and get closer and closer very meticulously to the station so that they can do a soft capture and then eventually a hard capture to the station.
And rendezvous will be officially complete at 5 p.m. Pacific, so we're looking at about 55 minutes from now. And that happens once we reach that 30-kilometer distance from the space station. And then we'll enter, as you mentioned, that approach initiation phase. Crew will have their suits on, and we will be getting very close to the space station. Approach initiation, we can also look forward to this because that's around the time we'll be getting some really cool views of Crew Dragon from the International Space Station.
Yeah, we've been seeing a little bit of it from a very far distance, so it'll be really cool to see Dragon really close to the station, see what that view looks like for the people on board.
Absolutely. So that's our next major milestone, having completed those 5 burns, looking to complete that rendezvous phase once we reach 30 kilometers around 5 p.m. Pacific. Hi, everyone, and thanks for joining us as we continue our coverage of the Crew-1 mission to the International Space Station. Our 4 astronauts aboard Crew Dragon have just completed the rendezvous phase of their mission. That includes those 5 major burns that we were waiting for since liftoff yesterday at 7:27 p.m. Eastern Time from Kennedy Space Center in Florida. The first of those burns occurred last night, the transfer burn, and we gave the crew some time to get some sleep. There was a small phase burn added in at 6:50 this morning before the next scheduled major burn, which was the boost burn. In addition, after the boost burn, we saw the close co-elliptic burn, the transfer burn, the final co-elliptic burn, and now with Crew Dragon, let's look at the data. 27 kilometers away from the International Space Station. Rendezvous is complete, that coming at about 30 kilometers away from the International Space Station. The crew and Crew Dragon continue to be healthy, and we are very excited for the continuation of their mission.
Yeah, they're getting very, very close. So let's head over to Brandy in Houston for an update. Brandy, what can you tell us?
Thanks, Jesse. It's actually been a pretty quiet afternoon over here. While the Dragon crew was up and active, the International Space Station crew has been asleep. That will change pretty soon. Kate Rubins is actually shifting her sleep schedule for this mission. She normally gets up around midnight Central Time, but today she's going to start her day around 8 p.m. Central. And after a few requisite sample collections, since an astronaut guinea pig's job is never done, she'll be jumping right into the preparations for the docking with some setup of the computer monitoring system that she'll be using inside the cupola today. She will primarily just be monitoring the approach, keeping an eye on the Dragon, making sure it's where it's supposed to be at all times. But once Dragon is docked at the end of the rendezvous phase, she will be getting busy getting into the space station's side of the hatch opening procedure. Meanwhile, here on the ground, the Orbit 3 team of flight controllers is on the job. They are led today by Flight Director Anthony Baria. He took over for Paul Cogna today, who was watching over the space station systems earlier over the course of the afternoon. He is helped today by Capcom Megan Levins, and you'll be likely hearing her over the course of the night talking with the crew on board the International Space Station. She was also the chief training officer for the DM2 crew, Bob Bankin and Doug Hurley, so she is familiar with the SpaceX activities. This team's also been keeping an eye on Dragon's engine burns as it's refined its path to the International Space Station. And in about an hour, just after Rubins begins her day, they'll be doing their go, no-go poll for Dragon to perform its approach initiation burn, allowing it to move in past that 7.5 kilometer or 4.6 mile point that's considered a safe holding point. As Leah and Jesse have mentioned, that burn, once given, the go-ahead would take place around 8:30 p.m. Central Time. So I'll throw it back to them so that they can walk you through what the crew on board the Dragon is up to now.
Thanks, Brandy. Great to hear from you, and great to hear all the updates about the International Space Station. We are going to answer some social media questions, so if you have some, please send them in with the hashtag AskNASA. We are monitoring Twitter, and we'll try to answer all the ones that we can. This one comes from Meg asking how long before the crew can open the hatch. So once Crew Dragon docks with the International Space Station tonight, it'll be about a 13-minute docking process. And then afterward, there are a lot of checks that have to be performed on both sides of the hatch. That includes the space station and Crew Dragon. We'll see a lot of leak checks. We'll also see the pressurization of the vestibule. That's the space between Crew Dragon and the space station's A-pass hatch, or the hatch that faces out toward space. Eventually, we will have hatch opening, and so all of those checks take about 2 hours following docking.
Our next question is, what port will Dragon be docking to? So Crew-1 Dragon Resilience will be docking to the Node 2 port, forward port, on the International Space Station, and it's one of 2 of the international docking adapters on the space station.
It's also where we had Demo 1 dock last year and Demo 2 dock earlier this year, so it'll be the 3rd visit of a Crew Dragon to that port. Next question. What happens if no one's on the space station when the astronauts go up? Are they locked out, or can they operate the airlock from the outside? Good news, they would not be locked out. It has been 20 years of continuous human presence on the International Space Station as of just a few weeks ago, November 2nd. But before that, we did have a crew coming up to the space station when no one was aboard. That was Expedition 1, and the crew can operate the hatches from their module. So when they dock, it's not requiring anybody aboard the International Space Station to take any actions. Now, we do watch the incoming vehicles as a precaution. However, the vehicle can dock autonomously on its own. So the Expedition 1 crew members were able to enter the space station and began our 20 years of continuous human presence.
Next question is, what are the astronauts on the International Space Station sleep schedules like? That's a really great question, because we know that their schedules are very meticulous, down to the 5 minutes it's planned out. Is that correct?
Absolutely. And their sleep periods look kind of similar to ours. They get a little bit of time before bed to wind down, and then they get about an 8.5-hour period of sleep time. And then afterward, they have a pre-sleep time period as well, so they get to wake up a little bit before starting an incredibly busy day, almost every day. So that's like what their sleep schedule is.
Dragon SpaceX for approach initiation.
SpaceX, go ahead for AI.
Yes, your updated AI time is 0222 UTC, and with that is approximately 15 minutes earlier than what we were predicting pre-flight, so that we expect move your suit donning time frame about 15 minutes earlier as well, and we'll call you into that at the appropriate time.
Okay, copy, 0222, 15 minutes early, and also moves up suit downing 15 minutes. Thanks for the heads up.
Good readback.
Some words from the Corps here in Hawthorne, the Crew Operations and Resources Engineer to the crew aboard the International Space Station, sharing that approach initiation burn, which is the next major burn we're looking for, that should come at about 6:22 p.m. Pacific time, so about an hour from now, just over an hour from now. And that also moves up their suit donning time, so they'll start putting their suits on about 15 minutes earlier than they expected.
Looking forward to that. And in the meantime, we have another question. Have you and any mission controls slept yet? Have we slept yet? Have you slept yet, Leah?
I got in a few hours last night, but to be honest, it's almost too exciting to sleep right now.
Right.
And so, fortunately, we do work in shifts, and so mission controllers, flight controllers in Houston and in Hawthorne do get the chance to get some rest. We don't want anybody working for 24 hours straight, which the crew has now been in orbit for 24 hours now.
Yeah.
And so they only work about 8 or 9 hours a shift in mission control. That keeps everybody fresh and making their best decisions.
Yeah, that's very important with very stringent missions like this that have a lot going on. It's very important that everybody, has their rest and is thinking very clearly during these phases.
Have you slept yet, though?
I tried. I was too excited last night. I got a little bit of rest, but all very exciting, so I don't mind.
Yeah, it's the best kind of no sleep.
Right.
This question, if NASA launches another resupply ship to the International Space Station, where will it dock? Well, there's a little bit of a difference between docking and berthing. We have two places where spacecraft can dock on the International Space Station. That's those international docking adapters. And docking means the spacecraft can fly in and attach itself to the station. It doesn't really need any specific help from the crew on board. There are also 2 stations where a spacecraft can be berthed to the station. This is when we use the Canadarm2, or a crew member uses Canadarm2 in the cupola, reaches out and grapples the spacecraft, or gets a good grasp on it before bringing it into the space station. They then turn the controls over to teams on the ground, and teams on the ground berth it or attach it to the space station. So there are still some open spaces for, or I should say maybe parking spots, open parking spots on the space station. And there are also 4 spots that vehicles can dock on the Russian segment as well.
How do astronauts get haircuts while they're in space? That is a very interesting question. How do they do it?
It's one of those things that you just don't think about too often, but everybody needs a haircut sometimes, and they learn to cut each other's hair. So,
wow.
Yes, they do. Before they fly, they learn how to cut one another's hair, and for the men who have short hair, they can use sort of like a razor, but it has a vacuum attached to it so that there's some suction and there's not tiny pieces of hair flowing everywhere, because you don't want to get one of those in your eye. Yeah, so it's a little bit easier to catch those if they can get them right whenever they're clipped. So they learn how to cut hair. They cut each other's hair. They all become barbers. It's another job of an astronaut.
So many skills you have to learn to be an astronaut, but it actually sounds kind of fun.
I don't trust myself that much. So coming up, we are expecting that approach initiation burn, having completed those other 5 major burns. And these burns are what propel us toward the International Space Station, getting closer and closer. Let's take a look at the data. Right now, Crew Dragon is 26 kilometers away from the International Space Station. And we will be expecting that burn to come up at about 6:22 p.m. Pacific time. And to put that in miles, we said 25 kilometers, 26. That's 16.1 miles from the space station. So we should be able to start getting some pretty cool views of Crew Dragon as well from the station. Looking forward to that.
So just as a reminder, we did complete 5 major burns on Dragon. That is the phase burn. If you're following along on the screen, that's the phase burn, the close co-elliptic burn, then the transfer burn, followed by the final co-elliptic burn. And now we are entering into the approach burn, which will swing Dragon up in front of the International Space Station, as you can kind of see on that graphic. And then there's a number of checkpoints that the vehicle will be checking in as it gets closer and closer to the space station prior to the soft capture and hard capture of the Dragon to the station.
And so far, we have seen the completion of those burns like you talked about. Those use a combination of the thrusters on Dragon being the service section thrusters around Dragon itself. Additionally, those forward bulkhead thrusters under the nose cone, a combination of those are used for those burns. And now we have some more to look forward to. One is the approach out of plane burn. This can be skipped by Dragon if we realize that we don't necessarily need the burn, and the vehicle decides that for itself. It knows exactly where it is in space. That would be coming up at 5:30 p.m. Pacific time. We'll see if it's necessary. And then at 6:05 p.m. Pacific time, we'll be looking for the go, no-go for the approach initiation burn. This really sets us on course to link up or to get even closer to the space station. That approach initiation burn would be at 6:30 p.m. Pacific time, so about an hour and 10 minutes from now, and that would be about a 90-second burn. There may also be an approach initiation mid-course burn, and this is a fine-tuning maneuver, another one that Crew Dragon makes the determination of what it really needs. It might need a small burn, it might need a significant burn to put it exactly where we want to be on the approach to the International Space Station. At 7:05 p.m. Pacific, we'll be looking for the go, no-go to approach to waypoint 1. Now, waypoint 1 moves Dragon directly in front of the station. It's about 220 meters away at this point, and it's directly in front of its docking port. That's the Node 2 forward port. Before we go to waypoint 1, we need to get that pole, but we'll actually be around waypoint 0. That's 400 meters below, and that occurs at 7:15 p.m. Pacific time. At 7:29 p.m. Pacific time, we will have a go, no-go to approach waypoint 2, and this is when we're getting really close to the International Space Station. Waypoint 2 is only 20 meters from the station, and Dragon will focus on aligning its docking system with the International Docking Adapter. It'll take about 5 minutes from Dragon to get from waypoint 2 to the International Space Station, so it's a short journey, but from that 20-meter mark, just about 5 minutes. And just before Crew Dragon docks with the International Space Station, we might hear a call out. We will hear the call out CHOP. That's crew hands off point. That would be coming at 7:59 in 35 seconds p.m. Pacific time. It's very specific right now because that's about 2 meters before contact. And we're looking for contact and capture of Dragon.
Dragon SpaceX. Dragon is 7 minutes from an out-of-plane burn.
Minutes to the out-of-plane burn, thanks.
And we are also less than 2.5 hours from the earliest docking time.
We copy, less than 2.5 to earliest docking. Thank you for the heads up.
Getting really close, and they took the words right out of my mouth. We'll be looking for contact and capture around 8 p.m. Pacific time, so we'll be standing by for that. And then docking will be complete once those hard hooks have finished driving, or giving us hard capture, I should say, around 8:13 p.m. Pacific time. And those are variable times. But we also heard that we are expecting an approach out of plane burn coming up shortly. The CPU, Dragon's computer, has determined that that will be necessary just to put them on the proper path as we continue our journey toward the International Space Station. So stay tuned with us. We are covering every step of Dragon's journey.
Dragon SpaceX OOP burn complete, nominal burn.
Dragon copy.
And with that call, we know the OOP burn, or the out-of-plane burn, is complete. That was a tentative burn. We didn't necessarily know if we would need it once we got on orbit or not. But Crew Dragon is a very smart vehicle, and it can make that call on its own. It constantly knows where the International Space Station is and its own place in space, so it's not necessarily programmed in by the flight controllers here on the ground or punched in by the crew on orbit, but the vehicle puts it in the exact place it needs to be for the upcoming approach initiation burn. That will be at 6:22 p.m. Pacific time.
Got some really cool views here. On your left-hand screen is Station looking at Dragon, that very bright spot on the screen. But on your right-hand screen, that is Dragon looking at the station.
Yeah.
So really cool views of them looking at each other. They're close enough where they can see each other both in sight now.
Yeah, getting their first glimpse of each other, I guess. We've been able to see a few views of Crew Dragon from the space station before now. But the first time that we've seen Station from Crew Dragon, so getting ever closer. And we're looking about 2.5 hours away from docking now. Crew Dragon is currently 15 miles away from the International Space Station.
Dragon SpaceX for suit donning and status.
And go ahead for suit donning.
You are go to perform suit donning per procedure 4.010. We have already gone external with cameras. Please just let us know when we can come back on board. Additionally, reminder to power off and clean your displays using your comfort garment, then power back on as a part of your suit donning. Also, due to the ISS sleep period, we plan to delay the big loop configuration and comm checks a bit, now planning this for approximately 0200 UTC. Finally, we are expecting an extended period of RADICOM on TETRAS from 156 UTC to 208 UTC. How copy?
Okay, we copy. We're not going to configure for the big loop until 02, I think you said 22.
0200.
Go for 4.010 suit donning and audio configuration. We'll let you know when you can come back on board and copy on RADI TETRAS.
And the big loop comm time is 0200 UTC.
Okay, 0200 for big loop.
We are just over 2 hours from docking, and the crew is getting ready to get back into their spacesuits for the rendezvous and docking. And we'll be looking for integrated operations to begin. SpaceX flight controllers closely coordinating maneuvers with the teams in Houston. The ground controllers initiate and monitor the preparations for the approach, including establishing communications with the station and initializing the spacecraft's navigation sensors to prepare for autonomous docking.
We're getting very close to getting the go-ahead for approach. During the approach, SpaceX flight controllers will work in tandem with the NASA team in Houston to activate and test out a number of systems on Dragon, including bidirectional communications with the station using the C2V2 system, which stands for Common Communications for Visiting Vehicles, and sets up a data stream from Dragon to the station, giving another path for Dragon telemetry to come to the ground and giving an additional command capability to astronauts aboard the station. They'll also maneuver Dragon to the proper attitude and initialize the navigation sensors used for the methodical approach to station.
And we are in those integrated operations, so teams working together. And the next call-outs we hope to hear will be at the top of the hour. We'll be looking for big loop communications. We've heard that a couple of times from the Corps. That refers to communications with the space station from the Crew Dragon spacecraft, those vehicles being able to share telemetry and communications with each other. And we want to hold on that a little bit because the crew aboard the International Space Station is actually still asleep right now. And we don't want to wake them up just yet if we don't have to. So those will be the next comms we will probably hear. And then afterward, we'll be looking for that approach initiation burn coming up at about 6:22 p.m. Pacific time. everyone. Thanks for joining us for this live coverage of Crew Dragon on its way to the International Space Station with the Crew-1 crew. And you're getting views of both of those vehicles right now. On your left-hand side is a view of Crew Dragon from the space station. And on your right-hand side is a view of the space station from Crew Dragon. So getting a look at each other as they get closer and closer. They are now in the approach initiation phase, having left that rendezvous phase behind whenever they reached 30 kilometers away from the International Space Station. And we are still answering your questions with the hashtag AskNASA as we wait for some upcoming approach milestones. The next big one of those being the approach initiation burn at 6:22 p.m. Pacific. But this first question is, what is the pressure difference between Dragon and the International Space Station? The pressure in the vehicles should be similar, somewhat similar. We're looking at about 14.2 psi on the station right now. And to put that into perspective, 14.7 is about what we're used to at sea level on Earth. So we try and keep that atmosphere similar. It can vary by a few tenths of a degree.
Got another question. Can the astronauts smell and taste normally in space? Huh.
Yeah, you wouldn't, it's not the first thing you think about, maybe being altered by space exploration, but the astronauts' sense of smell is slightly altered once they arrive at the station, and that makes tasting a little bit more difficult as well. So I know they like being able to put spices on their foods, hot sauce, things like that. So that way it makes them just a little bit stronger because they do lose a little bit of that sense of smell once they arrive.
Oh. Got another question. Since the SpaceX suits are not EVA suits designed for outside the station, which space suits would they be wearing for outside?
So good point. These are very different suits. These SpaceX suits are meant to be worn inside, and as Jesse mentioned, they are really meant for any sort of depressurization of the cabin, which we never planned for, but that is why we wear them. We have EVA suits, as you mentioned, for trips outside. EVA is extravehicular activity or spacewalk. These are those bigger white suits you're used to. They're a little bit harder to move around in, but they have many layers of protection against the vacuum of space and, of course, the varying temperatures experienced in space as well.
Got another question. How come you can't see stars from the International Space Station, but on Earth we can look up and see the stars? So actually, you can see stars from the International Space Station. I think even in those views that we were showing earlier, looking at Dragon, you could see the stars from the space station. But looking at the station, we got a lot of sun beaming into the camera, so it was really hard to see the stars in the background. But you can still see the stars, probably even better out in space.
Yeah, because you're really not exposed to as much light pollution on the International Space Station. Highly encourage you to go follow the space station on Twitter, Facebook, Instagram, because sometimes the astronauts take beautiful photos of the Earth at night. They can see the aurora borealis and the stars, the Milky Way sometimes. It's pretty amazing.
Got another question. Do the solar panels produce enough energy for the International Space Station, or do they have to rely on another source for power? If so, what is that source?
The solar panels are massive on the International Space Station, and so they do collect all of the energy that we use on board. But what happens when we go into the dark? So when we go into the dark, when we're in the light, the International Space Station is using those solar panels and channeling some of that energy through a BCDU. That's a battery charge discharge unit. So there are some batteries that hold that power, and then when we're in the dark, that battery charge...
The ground is go for approach initiation. We will be enabling the maneuver shortly. The expected maneuver start time is 0222 UTC.
Okay, we copy. Go for the approach initiation 0222 UTC.
Great news there from the Corps to the crew. There was a poll conducted here, and the team was go for the approach initiation burn. Likewise, now that we're in integrated operations, a poll was also conducted in Houston, and they are go for the approach initiation burn as well.
And confirming that 6:22 p.m. Pacific time is when that burn should begin. We've got another question. How long can astronauts stay at the International Space Station and in space? Mrs. Reed's 8th grade science class is wondering.
That's a good question. And so far we've had an astronaut stay almost a full year on the International Space Station. We actually had an astronaut and a cosmonaut back in 2015, spent almost an entire year on the International Space Station. The longest stay ever was Valery Polyakov for 437 days on Space Station Mir. So that's the record, but we do these long duration stays because, you know, our future goal is to go on even longer duration missions to the moon and to Mars, and so that's going to require us to really understand how the human body adapts to microgravity.
That's a long time, a little over a year, is that right? And Crew-1 is going to be there for 6 months, so less than half of that, but
still a long time.
They'll build up their tolerance to get there.
This question from Brantley, could Dragon be manually docked?
Yes, Dragon was designed to be autonomous, but it was also designed in case of any emergency or any necessity that the crew on board can manually dock if needed. And they do all of that training here in Hawthorne in the crew training room. You know, they practice docking just in case, but it is autonomous, so in the best scenario, they don't have to manually dock.
station on 2 for the status.
Okay, just wanted to give you a heads up. We're about 8 minutes ahead on the timeline, and we will be configuring the big loop shortly, so you will have a comm connection with Dragon here in a few minutes.
Okay, copy on the big loop, and that'll be on 2, correct?
That's correct. We'll do comm checks on 2.
All right.
Dragon SpaceX. On Dragon to ground.
Go ahead.
The 144K bidirectional link has been established. Please change your push-to-talk destination to ISS and then initiate a comm check.
Dragon copies in work. This is Dragon, comm on the big loop.
Dragon SpaceX, I hear you loud and clear. How me?
And I've got you loud and clear as well.
Great to hear. Please initiate a comm check with ISS to confirm that path. Thank you.
Roger that. Okay, station, this is Dragon, comm check on the big loop.
And Houston Station, this is Kate. I heard you, but I have not heard Dragon yet.
Copy all, Kate. We're checking.
Thanks.
And station, this is Dragon, comm check on the big loop.
Oh, what a good voice to hear. Dragon, this is Station. I've got you loud and clear.
Hey, Kate, it's good to hear your voice as well.
SpaceX from Dragon, and suit sounding 4.5. This is the pilot suit comm check.
Great news there from Crew Dragon and the International Space Station. Both now have communications with one another. We heard the excitement in Kate Rubin's voice getting that comm check with Commander Mike Hopkins.
So we're going to check in with Brandy over in Mission Control Houston. How's it going over there, Brandy?
Things are good over here. Thanks so much. Yeah, as you heard, Kate Rubins is awake now and jumping straight into her day. Now that she's got those comm checks done, the first thing that she'll be doing is closing the shutters on the cupola to keep the windows protected from any contamination that might occur during the Dragon's approach. She can open them up for a look if she needs to, but primarily she'll be using computers inside the cupola to monitor the Dragon as it comes in closer to the International Space Station for docking. She'll be just making sure that it's where it's supposed to be at all times as it does get closer and closer over the course of the night. Her work will really pick up, though, after docking. That's when it's time to open the space station side of the hatch, and she's got a lot of work to do for that. I do want to warn you that the hatch opening won't take place right away after docking. There are quite a number of steps that we have to go through to get those two crews all on the same side of the hatch. First, Rubins will start by opening the hatch between the Harmony node and the pressurized mating adapter. That's a kind of a short tunnel that connects the Harmony node to the International docking adapter, which is what's going to allow the Dragon to dock to the International Space Station. But before that hatch is open, the small space between the station side and the Dragon side has to be pressurized. You'll hear that called the vestibule over the course of the night. Up until docking, it will have been exposed to the vacuum of space, so they need to fill it up with air and make sure the air pressure matches that on the other sides of those two hatches, the space station and the Dragon. So that takes a little while, but in the meantime, we are growing ever closer to being able to see all members of the Dragon crew joining the Expedition 64 crew on board the International Space Station. Getting a little closer, so I'll throw it back now to Hawthorne so they can give you an update on the approach initiation burn as we wait.
Thanks, Brandy. Great to hear from you, and great to hear that things are going well on the International Space Station side. We copy that docking to hatch opening time will take a couple of hours, and we will be here for every single second of it. Coming up next, we will be looking for the approach initiation burn, and that should come around 6:22 p.m. Pacific time.
So what you can see on your screen is the astronauts getting suited up and strapped into their seats. They're preparing for that approach initiation burn. Looks like they're almost ready.
Yeah, we're getting really close now. That'll be scheduled actually from a minute from now, 6:22 p.m. Pacific time. We'll be looking for that burn to occur. It should be about a minute and a half long. And that will, the thrusters will fire on Dragon to, it's currently about 2.5 kilometers below station, and this will swing Dragon up until it's about 400 meters or quarter mile directly below the station.
And this maneuver will also move Dragon inside of one of those 2 checkpoints around the station that requires a set of go-no-go polls with the different control teams. The first checkpoint is called the approach ellipsoid, or as you might hear it called the AE. It's an imaginary shape measuring 4 by 2 by 2 kilometers, essentially a large 3-dimensional oval. Before Dragon is given permission to move inside the approach ellipsoid, the capsule is configured to be on what is known as a 24-hour safe trajectory. This means that if Dragon lost all control to its thrusters, it would be at least 24 hours before its trajectory would move inside the approach ellipsoid.
So that go for the approach initiation burn was also the go for moving inside that approach ellipsoid. And that means things are all checking out well on Dragon. We are standing by, listening for that call that the approach initiation burn has begun. Currently looking about an hour and 40 minutes from docking. And the burn has begun, as we mentioned, looking at around 90 seconds for this burn, and an amazing photo here, or video I should say, of the International Space Station from Crew Dragon becoming ever clearer as it gets closer.
Yeah, you can really see it now. Before it looked kind of just like a bright light. Now you can kind of see the shape of the station there.
A reminder that approach initiation burn currently underway.
And even Baby Yoda is ready for it.
1 minute, 15 seconds into the approach initiation burn.
Dragon SpaceX on the big loop. Burn complete, nominal burn, and reminder to review your impulsive retreat recovery cue cards if desired.
Okay, Dragon copies, and we saw a good burn, and reviewed the cue cards winning.
Station copies. Thanks.
That concludes the approach initiation burn, about 90-second burn.
And communications from Crew Dragon and the International Space Station letting them know they can review some back-away procedures if need be. However, everything's still proceeding nominally with Crew Dragon just completing that approach initiation burn. That brings them up to the 400-meter below station point.
The next burn coming up is the approach initiation mid-course burn. That should be about 6:55 p.m. Pacific time.
That's another one of those fine-tuning maneuvers, and Dragon's computer will determine what is necessary for that burn, just to keep it on track, moving in even closer to the International Space Station.
Again, what you're looking at on your screen is a view from Dragon looking at the International Space Station.
We're now under 7 kilometers away from the International Space Station, a little over 23 minutes to that approach initiation mid-course burn. Should arrive at waypoint 0, that 400 meters below station, in just 42 minutes. That's the first checkpoint. The vehicle can hold there, or it can continue if all systems check out. we'll do a go, no-go to approach to waypoint 1 before we arrive at waypoint 0, because as I mentioned, waypoint 0 is not necessarily a hold point if everything is still looking good. So we'll also be looking to hear that go for waypoint 1, and waypoint 1 is what moves, or when Dragon moves directly in front of the station. It'll be about 220 meters away at that point, and directly in front of its docking port, which is the Node 2 forward port.
What you're seeing is a live view inside of the capsule with the crew checking out their display panels right in front of them.
As a reminder, all of these burns are happening autonomously. The crew is simply monitoring, as you said, using those display panels. They're not controlling Crew Dragon at this point. They do have the option to do so if they needed to, but as we mentioned, the vehicle's been performing well and putting us right on track where we need to be.
Yeah, it makes their ride pretty easy. Again, just as a reminder, what you're looking at is a view inside of the capsule. On your left side is Mike Hopkins, and on your right is Victor Glover.
This is a view inside Hawthorne Mission Control, where flight controllers are monitoring all the systems aboard Crew Dragon, and as we mentioned earlier, we are now in integrated operations, meaning there's a whole other control room in play, and that's Mission Control Houston, the view right here. They are monitoring everything aboard the International Space Station. They're both conducting these polls that we're mentioning because we are in integrated operations. We want to make sure both sides are go before we move Crew Dragon closer to the International Space Station. We've gotten all goes for all of those polls tonight so far. And the next poll coming up should be for waypoint 1.
And SpaceX
Station, go ahead.
And sorry, Kate, that was for SpaceX. We're getting ready to start our safe leak checks.
Copy.
And this view coming to you live from Crew Dragon. This is a view of the International Space Station from the Crew Dragon vehicle as Crew-1 continues to make their way to the station. They launched at 7:27 p.m. Eastern Time yesterday, have completed the 5 major burns, exited the rendezvous phase, and are now approaching the space station. We're looking at docking coming up in about an hour and 15 minutes, potentially, and that's a flexible time. And we, before that, though, have an approach initiation mid-course burn. That should be in about 4 minutes from now. About 14 minutes from now, the teams will do a go, no-go for the vehicle to move to waypoint 0. That is 400 meters below the International Space Station. Afterward, they will do the go, no-go to approach waypoint 2. That's coming up at 7:29 p.m. Pacific, and waypoint 2 is when the vehicle is just 20 meters away from the International Space Station. So that's the last hold point for the vehicle.
And then after waypoint 0, they will approach even closer, do a go, no-go pull for docking. And then after that go, no-go pull will be when they depart from waypoint 2 and then do a crew hands off point check, and then initiate contact, which will be first a soft capture followed by a hard capture, completing docking.
Yeah, and that crew hands off point is a reminder to the crew. It's just a call from the teams here to the ground. It's a reminder to the crew to, if they are maneuvering the vehicle in any way, obviously they're not, or they shouldn't be because it's autonomous, but to not maneuver the vehicle anymore. It comes about when Crew Dragon's about 2 meters away from the docking port just before that soft capture. So we're looking at about 2 minutes and 40 seconds now until that mid-course maneuver. Crew Dragon will execute the burn, putting it exactly where it needs to be to begin the next step of the approach sequence. We also heard recently the crew, as you saw earlier, were in their suits, and they'll be in their suits until after docking. We heard that they had 4 good suit leak checks, so that's always good news coming from the crew. And we are standing by for that next burn, the mid-course maneuver.
And we've got confirmation that the approach initiation mid-course burn has begun.
We are standing by for the timing on that burn, but that did happen on time. And once it's complete, the next milestone we'll be looking for is the go, no go poll for the approach to waypoint 0.
Just standing by for the confirmation for that approach initiation mid-course burn, which has already begun.
And once this burn is complete, as we mentioned, we'll have the go, no go for waypoint 0. That will put us about 400 meters below station once we reach it. This is the first checkpoint. The vehicle doesn't have to hold here. It can continue on if all of the systems check out. And once it continues on, it will go to waypoint 1.
Dragon SpaceX on the big loop, burn complete, nominal burn. The trajectory has converged on waypoint 0.
And Dragon copies, good burn and conversion on waypoint 0. Good news.
Good news for a good burn. And that will put us in line with where we need to be for waypoint 0, 400 meters below the station. We will also move to waypoint 1 shortly after. That's where Dragon moves in front of the station, approximately 220 meters away, and directly in front of the docking port, the Node 2 forward port. They'll also need a go at that time to move inside the keep out sphere. That's a invisible line with a 200-meter radius around the International Space Station. They'll need to make sure Dragon is 4 orbits safe, or about 6 hours safe. If any of its thrusters were to fail for some reason, meaning it wouldn't move inside the keep out sphere during that time period. And after we reach waypoint 1, our next destination will be waypoint 2, only 20 meters away from the International Space Station and the very last hold point before we move on in.
And after waypoint 2, there will be a go, no go poll before docking begins, but that should happen very shortly after we reach waypoint 2, and then docking should occur just a few minutes after that.
Yeah, it'll take about 5 minutes to get from that 20-meter hold point, waypoint 2, into docking. And the first call we'll hear just before docking is CHOP, crew hands-off point, meaning that they should not execute any maneuvers for Dragon. Pretty much exactly, means exactly what it sounds like. And then we'll look for soft capture. Soft capture call means that the soft capture ring has come in contact with the International Docking Adapter. That ring will retract, bring Crew Dragon in, and then we will wait for 12 hooks to drive to give us the hard capture.
And once docking is complete, it will take a little bit for the APAS hatch to open and Dragon hatch to open, but that should occur, about an hour, maybe an hour and a half after docking has completed. So there are a few checks that they do have to still do after docking is complete and confirmed, but shortly after that, they'll be able to enter the station.
Yeah, those leak checks, ever important when we are talking about the vacuum of space. So those will occur during the time that Crew Dragon is docked. The crew will also get an opportunity to doff or take off their suits, get into those more comfortable clothes again before they float into their new home for the next 6 months. But as you just heard, we had a good approach initiation mid-course maneuver burn, putting us on proper trajectory to reach waypoint 0, the 400-meter point away from the International Space Station. And the next call coming up, we will be listening for a go, no go for waypoint 0 in about 5 minutes.
We are just about a kilometer away from the International Space Station, so getting closer and closer. It's very slow and steady, but almost there.
Dragon SpaceX on the big loop. The ground is go for approach 0. We will be enabling the maneuver shortly. Expected maneuver start time is 0309 UTC. Reminder that Dragon will nominally continue approach through waypoint 1 toward waypoint 2 without stopping at waypoint 1.
Okay, Dragon copy 0309. You will be enabling the approach 0 shortly, and it will not stop. And we see the approach allowed now.
Good readback.
Station Houston, expect to start monitoring Dragon in approximately 25 minutes.
Copy, 25 minutes. Thank you.
We've been getting some really incredible views as Dragon gets closer and closer to the International Space Station. Just a minute ago, we did see a live view from Dragon looking at the space station. It was a little bright because of the sun. There it is right there on your right-hand screen, the International Space Station. You could see how close they are, almost there. On your left-hand screen is the station looking back at Dragon.
We heard a few calls there. The crew received the go from both the team here in Hawthorne and the team in Mission Control Houston to proceed to waypoint 0. And if everything checks out, they will also move through waypoint 0, which is 400 meters below station. They'll pass through waypoint 1 as well and head on to waypoint 2. And waypoint 2 is 20 meters away from the space station. So we expect to reach waypoint 0 about 9 minutes from now. That's 7:09 p.m. Pacific time. So standing by, waiting for them to reach that waypoint. But we are getting really close now. We could be about an hour away from docking.
Yeah, we're just about 600 meters away from the station right now. And just about 8 minutes from that go, no go for waypoint 1.
Just a reminder that this is all autonomous. Dragon is completely flying on its own. Wow, look at that view on the left-hand side.
You can actually make out the nose cone on top of Dragon there.
Wow, amazing views. Obviously, the space station is in an orbital nighttime, and soon, in just the next few minutes, we should see them crossing that terminator line into orbital daytime. But they're looking down right now, space station 262 statute miles over Earth, as space station and Dragon fly over Tanzania.
Such a cool view, and as a reminder, we do have the nose cone still attached to Dragon on this version of Dragon, whereas previously our cargo Dragon, we actually deployed that nose cone. So now that we keep the nose cone attached, and this helps with reusability efforts so that we don't have to make a new one, don't have to install a new one when Dragon returns.
As we saw earlier, the crew is inside Crew Dragon, suited up in their seats, strapped in, and they will be arriving at waypoint 0 in, it looks like, about 7 minutes.
Just such a cool view of Dragon from the station looking down as it's passing over Earth. they are moving pretty quickly. Now that you can see Dragon in view, you can see how fast it is moving against the background of Earth there.
And Dragon is approaching station now at 0.5 meters per second. It's a bit slower than we were seeing earlier, but that's because we are so much closer to station now. We have to make every single maneuver very fine-tuned, very deliberate. You'll start to see things get brighter, as we mentioned, as Space Station and Crew Dragon enter an orbital daytime. You'll be able to see a little bit of the ocean below, and then eventually, in just a few minutes, both the vehicles will be flying over Madagascar. Only about 4 minutes away now from the arrival at waypoint 0, 400 meters away from the International Space Station.
And we're just under 500 meters away, so once we get to waypoint 0, we will be 400 meters away. Basically, we'll just be passing through waypoint 0, through that 400 meter point, and going, continuing on.
The next hold point would be waypoint 1. That is 220 meters away. And they'll need a go to move inside the keep out sphere, a 200-meter radius, an invisible line around the International Space Station. This is the same for every vehicle that arrives and departs the station. We make sure that it is a go to move inside. And this means if Dragon were to lose control of its thrusters for some reason, it would be 4 orbits safe, or 6 hours before it crossed into that 200-meter radius, the keep out sphere. So if everything looks good, Crew Dragon can move through waypoint 1 and up to waypoint 2, which will put us only 20 meters away from the International Space Station. Another view from Crew Dragon, looking at its future destination, its future home for the next 6 months, the International Space Station, even becoming more and more clearly defined as they approach it, as we said earlier, at about 0.5 meters per second.
You can see it shining brightly with the sun beaming off of the International Space Station.
And our astronauts inside, as we mentioned, suited up, strapped in, monitoring but not controlling the vehicle. Crew Dragon continues to fly autonomously. And that is Madagascar that both vehicles are flying over right now.
Just as a reminder, the crew is suited up, and they did perform leak checks just as they did when they got suited up and ingressed the vehicle prior to liftoff yesterday.
And just a little look back at what brought us to this point. If you're just joining us, Crew Dragon lifted off yesterday on a Falcon 9 rocket at 7:27 p.m. Eastern Time from Kennedy Space Center, beginning their journey to the International Space Station. They completed their first burn last night, the phase burn, and then got a good night's sleep. They had a phase adjust burn this morning, added in there by Dragon's computers to make sure it was on the right trajectory to the space station, and then had the boost burn at 8:22 a.m. Pacific time. About 45 minutes later, we saw the closed co-elliptic burn. That maintained an orbit roughly 10 kilometers below station for Dragon. We had a short out-of-plane burn. Another one added in by the Dragon CPU, the computer system. We moved on to the transfer burn and then the final co-elliptic burn. Those rounded out our 5 major burns as part of the rendezvous phase for Crew Dragon. Once we reached the 30 kilometer distance from station, we were out of that rendezvous point and then moved into the approach phase. That puts us at the approach out of plane burn, another short burn that the Dragon computers executed. We moved into approach and docking, and we saw that approach initiation burn take place at 6:22 p.m. Pacific time. We also had a short mid-course maneuver.
And now we're just under a minute to waypoint 0. Looks like the station is zooming in on Dragon. Now you can really clearly see Dragon from the station. That looks amazing.
Yeah, you can see that nose cone is open, just like you mentioned. And that nose cone protects the forward bulkhead thrusters. It also protects the hatch that the astronauts will float through once they are attached to the International Space Station. This is not the same hatch they entered yesterday when it was on the launch pad. They won't. That hatch won't be open again until they splash down about 6 months from now.
Yeah, and that nose cone only protects the GNC just through ascent. But in the vacuum of space, we don't need that protection. So we have it deployed so that we can expose the GNC so that it can navigate. Crew waiting patiently.
Less than a quarter of a mile away from the International Space Station now. Amazing that we're getting these views inside the cabin during these dynamic operations.
It's really cool to see that side-by-side crew inside of the vehicle and then the shot of the Dragon capsule so close to the International Space Station.
Dragon SpaceX on the Big Loop. Approach 0 has started and the trajectory has converged on waypoint 1. Expect arrival at waypoint 1 at 0334 UTC.
Okay, copy 0334 UTC, arrival at waypoint 1, confirmed, and we've converged on waypoint 1.
So we've now passed waypoint 0. We're just a little under 24 minutes away from waypoint 1, which means we are inside of that 400 meters from station.
As we mentioned, we have passed waypoint 0. They gave us a time of 7:34 p.m. Pacific that we should reach waypoint 1, but we do not have to hold there. That waypoint 1 is approximately 220 meters away from the station, and Dragon would be directly in front of the Node 2 forward port, its docking port. And if everything checks out, we can move through waypoint 1. We'll have to have the go to move inside the keep out sphere, a 200-meter invisible line radius around the International Space Station. And that go confirms that if we were to lose control of Dragon's thrusters for any reason, we would be 4 orbits or about 6 hours safe from moving inside that keep out sphere. So we'll need that go for us to pass through waypoint 1. And then the next stop would be waypoint 2, about 20 meters from station.
Again, we're about 15 minutes or so away from approaching waypoint 1. Waypoint 1 will bring us about 220 meters from the International Space Station. And we don't have to hold there. If we get the go, we can continue to waypoint 2, which will bring us 20 meters.
Once we reach waypoint 2, we will pause there. As we mentioned, the crew is inside. They're seated up. They won't have to push any buttons or fire any thrusters. Dragon is doing this all on its own. It's completely autonomous, meaning the crew is just monitoring when you see them looking at their screens. And waypoint 2, as you mentioned, is 20 meters away from the International Space Station. Once we reach that point, it'll take us about 5 minutes until we'll be looking for that soft capture time. Check it out. We've got views of Crew Dragon continuing its approach to the International Space Station. If you just look to the left of the Canadarm there, you can see it continuing its way. It just recently made it through waypoint 0, that 400 meters away or below the station. And we are next going to move through waypoint 1. That's 220 meters away, directly in front of the docking port, the Node 2 forward port. That's also where Dragon docked during Demo 1 and Demo 2. We'll be looking for the go to move inside the keep out sphere, a 200-meter radius. It's an invisible line around the station. It's something that helps our flight controllers monitor vehicles as they approach and even depart the International Space Station.
Such a cool view. Seeing Dragon with the Canadarm from the station and Earth in the background.
And we used to use the Canadarm to capture Dragon before it was configured into this design, this new Crew Dragon design, and it docks autonomously. But for a lot of our visiting vehicles, we have to use the Canadarm too. The astronauts will reach out and grapple a spacecraft or grasp it once it gets close enough, and then flight controllers on the ground will berth it or attach it to the port on the International Space Station. But Dragon is fully autonomous. The astronauts are strapped in their seats, monitoring the mission, awaiting the milestones as we move through waypoint 1. Should be coming up in just a couple of minutes, and continue our approach to waypoint 2, 20 meters away from the space station and that last checkpoint before we move in for docking.
Houston Station on 60 ground 2. I'm in 1.104, Crew Dragon approach and retreat monitoring.
Houston copies, and we were ready for that as well.
We are about 10 minutes away from waypoint 1. Again, that is where Dragon will swing up and out in front of the station. And that'll bring us about 220 meters away from station, which will bring us to what we call the docking access, which essentially means that we'll be right in front of the docking port.
Yeah, and we don't have to hold at waypoint 1 as long as we get that clear to move inside the keep out sphere, that 200-meter radius around the International Space Station. It's invisible, helps us monitor the arrival and departure of visiting vehicles. And this awesome view over the shoulder of our commander and pilot, Mike Hawkins and Victor Glover, just monitoring the mission. Dragon is flying autonomously.
We We are about 300 meters away, closing in on just about 1 meter per second.
So just about 80 meters to go until waypoint 1. Amazing view of the International Space Station. That's from the cameras aboard Crew Dragon. Both getting a good look at each other.
It's kind of cool to see them both looking at each other as they approach each other.
Absolutely.
And the crew on board also monitoring on their 3 display panels there in front of them. This is all autonomous, so they really don't have to do much except for enjoy the ride. But they do get to watch on those display panels where they're at during this approach here.
You can also see the International Space Station on that far right and the far left panel. So they're getting really the same view that we are right here. I'm sure they're pretty excited about making it to their new home in space. But once they reach waypoint 1, as we mentioned, they don't have to stop. That'll be that 220-meter point. They'll move inside the keep-out sphere at 200 meters, and then the next stop will be waypoint 2. Crew will be 20 meters away from the International Space Station. Dragon will focus on aligning its docking system with the International Docking Adapter based on the attitude of the station. And it'll be about 5 minutes from that waypoint 2, the 20-meter spot, until contact and capture. We'll be looking for that CHOP call, stands for crew hands off point 2 meters before contact. And this means the crew is not commanding the vehicle. They haven't been at this time, but the vehicle can still have an abort at that time. However, it will not.
I've got good RPOP data on SSC 17. SSC 4 says RPOP is not receiving Dragon 2 data from PCS. Is that expected?
Copy that, Kate. And Kate, we can go ahead and fix that by cycling it from the ground, or you can perform that task on the SSC, whichever is your preference.
I'll let you guys do that. Thanks.
Copy. We're putting in work now.
Astronaut Kate Rubins, who's on the International Space Station, currently the only American on the International Space Station. She is joined by her 2 Russian cosmonaut friends. That is Sergei Ryzhikov and Sergei Kutsverchkov. They'll be welcoming 4 new crew members to the orbiting laboratory, but she is monitoring the approach of Crew Dragon. She's also not commanding the approach, and as we mentioned, she won't be using the Canadarm2 to reach out and grapple the vehicle, but she was working to get some data, and the ground team is going to recycle that data for her or restart that for her. As we were mentioning, we were discussing CHOP, the crew hands-off point. The vehicle knows if it should abort, so at that point the crew would not be commanding anything. However, everything's still looking healthy on Dragon and on the International Space Station.
And this view that you're seeing here is from the station, from the Node 2 docking port that Dragon is currently approaching.
This is really our first view of both of them in the same picture, so it gives you a good perspective on how close they're getting to each other.
Yeah, you can see in that left-hand bottom corner, that is the station, and that white dot on your right, on the right side of your screen, is Dragon slowly approaching. We're just under 5 minutes away from waypoint 1. We're under 280 meters away from the station.
A little more of what we can look for once we do get that go to move past waypoint 2, the 20-meter point. Now, of course, we're going to reach waypoint 1 first, so we have a couple of steps before this, but we will take about 5 minutes to get in toward the station from waypoint 2. And after that 5 minutes, we'll hear the CHOP call, and we will be looking for soft capture first. There are also rotary spring dampers that will soften the contact from Crew Dragon to the International Space Station, and that soft capture ring will then begin retracting. It'll retract until sensors indicate it's time for these hooks to drive and create a hard capture, and that will firmly secure Dragon to station. The hook driving can take about 5 minutes, and the hard mate of Dragon to station can take about 3 minutes. That means a full seal will be achieved with 12 hard capture hooks.
So station on 2, I see good RPOP data on SSC4. Thanks.
Copy, Kate. Thanks.
We are just about 30 minutes or so from docking, with currently Dragon approaching waypoint 1. Waypoint 1 is approximately 220 meters away from station.
And you heard Kate Rubens, who is monitoring this mission and the arrival of Crew Dragon. She discussed, she used the term RPOP. That stands for Rendezvous and Proximity Ops Program. And so that is giving her insight into Dragon's position and how it's moving in toward the International Space Station. She'll have some work to do once Dragon arrives, but not until it gets there. But once Dragon arrives, the Node 2 hatch where they are docking is currently closed on the station side.
Dragon SpaceX on the Big Loop, approach 1 and soft capture ring extension will begin shortly. Dragon will continue approach to waypoint 2.
Okay, Dragon copies. Soft capture ring will start here in approach 1.
Crystal clear view of Dragon as they get the words that everything is still looking good with the systems, and they will be moving through waypoint 1 to waypoint 2, and that they can expect that soft capture ring we were discussing to extend, begin preparing them for docking.
We're about 240 meters away, so we're just about a minute away from passing through waypoint 1. And we're so close that you could see the forward bulkhead thrusters on Dragon there. It's basically those 4 kind of circles that you see in the ring where the nose cone is opened on the top of Dragon there.
Dragon continuing its slow and steady approach to the International Space Station. Every single maneuver very deliberate when we have 2 vehicles this close in space, about 226 meters away.
Again, what you're seeing on your screen, on your left-hand screen, is the view from the International Space Station looking at Dragon. On your right-hand screen, that is a camera view.
Dragon SpaceX on the Big Loop. Expect reconfiguration of the C2V2 return link shortly.
Drag copies.
And we have passed waypoint 1. Dragon now about 213 meters away from the International Space Station. We also just heard the core speaking with Crew Dragon to expect a reconfiguration of C2V2. That stands for Common Communications for Visiting Vehicles. It establishes bidirectional communications between Crew Dragon and the International Space Station.
Now we passed through waypoint 1, so we're about 10 minutes away from waypoint 2. Once we approach waypoint 2, then we will do a go-no-go poll for docking. So we're, again, around 30 minutes away from docking here, depending on the timeline and when we reach each one of these points. We're on our way to waypoint 2, which will bring us about 20 meters in front of the space station.
We moved right through waypoint 1, right through the keep out sphere, that 200-meter invisible line around the International Space Station that helps flight controllers monitor visiting spacecraft. But we will have to hold at waypoint 2, that 20-meter mark. They'll conduct their final checks, prepare for arrival at the International Space Station. A very clear view from Crew Dragon.
That looks incredible. Again, this is a view looking at Dragon from station from the Node 2 forward port that Dragon will be docking to today.
Station on space to ground 2 in step 2 of 1.104. I've just commanded. On RPOP reference frame to destination docking port, and I see RPOP not receiving Dragon 2 data.
Copy all, Kate, we're checking.
Flight teams in Mission Control Houston continuing to check that RPOP Rendezvous Proximity Operations program.
In Station Houston 2, we're going to reset RPOP one more time for you, see if that works.
Thank you.
They're resetting some of that data for Kate Rubens. A reminder, she is not commanding any part of Dragon's arrival. She is monitoring it, though, and so looking for some of that data in that program.
Again, we are on our way to waypoint 2, which will be 20 meters away from the station. Once we reach waypoint 2, the vehicle will focus on aligning its docking system with a docking adapter, so preparing for docking, and there will be a go-no-go poll prior to initiating that soft capture approach.
Here's that same view we were looking at earlier, and you can see even how much closer Crew Dragon has gotten in just the short time since we last received it, having moved through waypoint 1 since that time period. A little bit more about what Kate Rubens will be doing once Crew Dragon docks. As we mentioned, the Node 2 hatch is closed during the docking, the station side Node 2 hatch. Kate Rubens will check for a leak and then open it for access to the pressurized mating adapter 2. She'll also manually pressurize the vestibule. That's the area between the A-Pass hatch, which is on the station side, and the Crew Dragon hatch. The A-Pass hatch is what is currently exposed to the vacuum of space. It also has a docking target on it that allows Dragon to align itself with the port. Once that pressurization is complete, Kate Rubens will be able to open the A-Pass hatch to let some air in. It's a slow process. She'll be opening a valve specifically on the A-Pass hatch to let that air in. And we'll hold for thermal stabilization before we do some leak checks in the vestibule. We want to make sure that there aren't any fluctuating temperatures that are giving us misleading signals on what the pressure is in the vestibule. We'll conduct the leak check for that space between those two hatches. In the meantime, the crew is doffing and drying and stowing their suits during that thermal stabilization and leak check. They're stowing their equipment. Kate will open the A-pass hatch and remove the docking target. Almost 2 hours post-docking, these checks are taking place during that time. We will look for Dragon's hatch to be opened.
Dragon SpaceX on the big loop. C2V2 link reconfiguration is complete. The soft capture ring extension is also complete. We are planning to hold momentarily at waypoint 2. At that point, we will be asking for your input on lighting conditions and your go to proceed. Do remember that your visors are not required to be down until our final approach.
Okay, Dragon copies all, and we'll be holding momentarily at waypoint 2, and we will give you a good lighting check at that point.
So as you heard, we are on our way to waypoint 2, which will be 20 meters away from station, and we will hold and do some checks, do a go, no go poll to ensure that we are okay to approach for docking. And we did hear confirmation that the soft capture ring is extended and ready for that docking.
A few minutes ago, we heard them discussing C2V2 common communications for visiting vehicles. They said they would reconfigure that system and just got good confirmation that it has been reconfigured. That's those bidirectional communications between station and Crew Dragon.
Station Houston on 2 for Kate. We're still troubleshooting the RPOP issue you're having, so we're coming on board on SSC 17 and we'll try to fix that.
All right, you are welcome to SSC 17 and also SSC 4, the main RPOP computer.
Copy all, we'll get it working.
Mission Control Houston checking back in with Kate Rubens aboard the station, who is working to monitor Crew Dragon's arrival. As we mentioned, she is not commanding anything that Crew Dragon is doing, and neither are the crew themselves. This is completely autonomous, but she is trying to monitor some of that data, and so team members in Mission Control Houston are going to try and reconfigure the RPOP system, Rendezvous and Proximity Operations Program, from the ground.
You can see on your screen, again, this is a view from station from the Node 2 port that Dragon will be docking to. You can see the sunlight hitting Dragon as it gets closer and closer.
It's starting to get a little bit darker outside as well. That's because the International Space Station and Crew Dragon are approaching an orbital nighttime. They are in daylight for 45 minutes and nighttime for 45 minutes, circling the globe every 90 minutes. They're currently flying 260 statute miles over the Pacific Ocean. looking at a live view of Mission Control Hawthorne here at SpaceX headquarters in California. And if you noticed, we have lost video temporarily of Crew Dragon as it's approaching the International Space Station, but that's really no surprise to us. It's something called a TDRS handover, tracking data and relay satellite system. Teams on the ground are able to track when the space station and Crew Dragon will be moving in and out of these handover periods. And we expect to regain video communications with the space station very shortly. In the meantime, it continues. Crew Dragon continues its approach to waypoint 2. And we have those views back already. As you mentioned, Jesse, you can really see those 4 forward bulkhead thrusters the closer we get.
Wow, and you can really see the detail on the International Space Station with how close we are. We're approaching waypoint 2, which will be 20 meters in front of the station, and that's why you could see it so close up in that last view.
Hazard. Station Houston on Space Ground 2 for Kate.
Ground 2.
All right, Kate, SSC 17 is back up and running for you. We're working on 4 now. In addition, let us know when your review is complete and you are ready for docking.
Copy, and I saw SSC working. It's giving me good range and range rate. Now I've got another, our POP is not receiving Dragon 2 data from PCS message on 17.
Copy that, Kate. We'll take a look. Thanks for the extra info.
We've now reached waypoint 2, so we are holding this position. Going to do some
and I do have a good Dragon docking system view on SSC 17 for the Dragon docking streaming monitor, and I have a good out the window view, so I am comfortable and my review is complete.
Copy all. Thank you.
Great news from Kate Rubens. She has the data she's looking for and a great view of Crew Dragon out the window as well. So she's given her go for them to depart waypoint 2 and move into the International Space Station. As a reminder, we moved directly through waypoint 1, which put us directly in front of the docking port. You can see it right here. That's the Node 2 forward port where Dragon docked during Demo 1 and Demo 2.
Dragon SpaceX on the big loop. The ground is go for approach 2. At this point, please confirm that the lighting conditions are acceptable to proceed, and let us know if you are go for approach 2 and docking.
Okay, SpaceX, this is Dragon on the big loop. So the lighting is actually getting worse. We do have a view of the IDA, but we do not have a view of the docking target.
In Dragon SpaceX, we copy. We are 6 minutes from sunset. Would you like to hold for those 6 minutes, or do you feel comfortable proceeding?
Stand by. And SpaceX from Dragon, we'll go ahead and hold for those 6 minutes if we can.
We copy hold.
Crew Dragon crew has opted to hold at waypoint 2 for the time being so they can get some better views of the docking port, the docking target on that APAS hatch we were discussing that's on the International Space Station. So they can hold here, and that will give them the opportunity for sunset to come over both the International Space Station and Crew Dragon. There won't be any odd shadows, and they should have better visibility. Of course, the crew themselves are not making this maneuver in toward the International Space Station. It is autonomous. Crew Dragon will be doing it by itself, but we want the crew to be able to see the docking target so that they can properly monitor as the vehicle continues to make its approach to Node 2.
And the ground is go for docking. but we are just waiting for us to get a little bit more light so that Dragon can actually see where it is going to autonomously dock, see the target on Node 2 as it approaches so it can make that soft capture accurately.
We're in another one of those satellite handovers we just discussed as well. We should get video communications. Oh, right there. Coming back, and as we mentioned, Dragon is holding at waypoint 2. That's 20 meters away from the International Space Station. They are holding until we reach sunset, an orbital nighttime for the spacecraft. Once that happens, they will proceed in toward Node 2. It should take about 5 minutes.
And as a reminder, waypoint 2 is about 20 meters away from station. We are on the docking axis, and Dragon will be aligning itself with that docking port. We're just holding for some sunlight.
This hold continuing for another few minutes. The space station has crossed the terminator line, the difference in day and nighttime on Earth. They are east of Hawaii right now in the Pacific Ocean, and they are waiting for the sun to set on orbit. Crew Dragon will be able to use its infrared camera to spot that docking target on the APAS hatch on Node 2, and then they'll be able to proceed, leaving waypoint 2, making their 5-minute journey approximately to docking.
And I should correct what I mentioned earlier. They're waiting for the sun to go down so that they don't have any shadows, so that Dragon can actually see clearly and locate, align itself with that docking port.
As a reminder, we had a confirmation that the soft capture ring extended. That'll be the first part of capture. The soft capture ring, there are also rotary spring dampers that will soften the contact once Dragon's soft capture ring comes in contact with the International Space Station, and then the ring will retract until sensors indicate it'll be time for hooks to drive. We're looking for 12 hooks, 2 different gangs of 6, to firmly secure Dragon to the International Space Station. That entire process, from contact to hard capture, can take about 13 minutes. We'll be standing by the entire time to make sure all of that goes smoothly, but everything looking good right now for Crew Dragon, still holding about 20 meters away from the International Space Station. And it looks like we might be about a minute away from sunset. So we should be hearing that call that they're ready to proceed. Again, there's no rush. And there's also no need for the crew to fly Dragon. This is all happening autonomously. Just a few more seconds until sunset. And you can see it did get quite a bit darker. And that flash on the Node 2 docking port coming from Crew Dragon. We do like the crew to be able to see this docking, even though it's autonomous. That helps them monitor where they're at and take control if need be. However, all of Dragon's systems looking good, and we're just standing by for that departure from waypoint 2, 20 meters away from the International Space Station.
We are currently go on the ground for docking, but we are waiting for the crew to confirm if they are ready. We are waiting for the crew to confirm.
From Dragon on the big loop. Looks to us like we've gone through sunset, and we'll get the lights strobing. We can see the target, and so we are go to proceed. Visors are down.
Copy. You are go to proceed and visors are down. That's great to hear. We will be commanding the resume shortly. And as a reminder, once Dragon is inside the crew hands-off point, retreat and breakout are not permitted.
Dragon copies all.
Station copies all. I'm ready.
We've got confirmation that we have go from the crew. So they will be starting this procedure shortly. We'll start approaching that docking adapter that you see on your screen. Once we get close enough, we will do a soft capture, followed by the insertion of the pins for the hard capture.
We also heard the core mention once that we reach the crew hands-off point, that's the chop call we'll hear. Retreat and breakout are not permitted. And that would be from the crew. The vehicle can still abort if necessary, but as we said, everything continuing to look good for Crew Dragon, ready to depart waypoint 2. And the final approach has begun. Crew Dragon moving in toward the International Docking Adapter on Node 2. Kate Rubin standing by on the International Space Station, monitoring their approach.
And this should only take approximately 5 minutes. So not too long.
Their arrival at the International Space Station today will be coming about 27.5 hours since their liftoff last night at 7:27 p.m. Eastern Time from Kennedy Space Center in Florida aboard a Falcon 9 rocket.
We are now about 15 meters away, just about 3 minutes from docking.
Very slow, deliberate, steady movements for Crew Dragon making its way to the International Space Station. We'll be looking for soft capture first, with the soft capture ring already extended. Once we have soft capture, the ring will retract and bring us into a hard capture. That should take about 13 minutes for that entire process, firmly securing us to the International Space Station. And then we'll move into leak checks.
And SpaceX from Dragon on the big loop, we show 10 meters. We've got good lighting, good visuals.
Great to hear. We see 10 meters as well.
Even though it looks very slow right now, both Dragon and the International Space Station are traveling about 17,500 miles an hour over Earth right now, both about 262 statute miles over the planet. heard just a few moments ago, too, that the crew had reached 10 meters away from the International Space Station, so already halfway there from waypoint 2. We're only about a little over a minute from docking.
You can see on those display panels the crew watching as they approach that node, port 2. And what you can see directly in the center of the docking adapter, that is the A-pass hatch. Once we do a hard capture and do leak checks, that will be the first hatch that will open, followed by the Dragon hatch.
If you look closely in the center at the very bottom, there was Chop, crew hands-off point, standing by for contact.
Dragon SpaceX, soft capture confirmed.
Dragon copies, and we see the same.
As you heard that call out, soft capture is now complete. Next will be hard capture. This is where the pins will insert themselves into that docking adapter and create a hard lock.
And we had that soft capture at 8:01 p.m. Pacific time, 11:01 p.m. Eastern time. Crew Dragon and the International Space Station flying 262 statute miles over Idaho.
Dragon SpaceX, soft capture ring retraction in progress.
That call confirming just what we're looking to hear. The soft capture ring is retracting. We're looking for sensors to indicate it'll be time for hooks to drive, create that firm hold on Crew Dragon. So this can take several minutes, maybe about 10 to 13 minutes. But slow and steady wins the race. Crew Dragon is now at the International Space Station. This view over the shoulder of our commander and our pilot, Mike Hopkins and Victor Glover. They are watching this all unfold via these 3 displays.
We've got some folks here watching as we confirm that soft capture there. Everybody's pretty excited. I'm getting really excited. I can't wait. They're almost done. This is the home stretch.
So once again, we had contact, soft capture confirmed at the International Space Station for Crew Dragon at 8:01 p.m. Pacific time, 11:01 p.m. Eastern time. Both vehicles were flying 262 statute miles over Idaho. We're now in the soft capture ring retract period. We'll be looking for that ring to retract fully. These sensors will indicate that we are ready to firmly connect with the International Space Station. That's called the hard capture. And that means it'll be time after that to begin leak checks, suit doffing or taking off their suits for the crew, eventually hatch opening. So all those steps might take a couple of hours, but we will be here for their first can't say steps inside the space station, for their first floats inside the space station.
Houston Station, undocking complete. Sensor 1 and 2 are off. OFS timer has been started.
Dragon SpaceX, ring retraction complete. Docking sequence is holding for MCS reconfiguration.
Okay, Dragon copies all, and we are opening our visors at this time.
Heard the soft capture ring retract is complete. And MCS stands for Motion Control System. We are handing off from the Russian thrusters to the U.S. gyroscopes. The other voice you heard was that of NASA astronaut Kate Rubins monitoring the arrival of her 4 new crewmates inside Crew Dragon. Everything's still going smoothly. We're currently awaiting that hard capture to be complete. As we mentioned, it can take about 10 minutes. Confirmation, we are now on gyroscopes on the
Dragon End Station on the big loop, MCS configured, proceeding with hook driving.
Yeah, Dragon copies. Good news.
Copies, thanks.
Good news indeed. MCS, the motion control system configuration is complete. We have now moved to those gyroscopes instead of Russian thrusters, meaning the hard capture sequence has begun.
The hooks are currently driving into place to give us that hard capture. Once we do have that hard capture, though, it will take some time before we can open the hatches. They will perform some leak checks to make sure that it is safe to open both the A-Pass hatch and the Dragon hatch. That could take up to about an hour after hard capture is complete.
We were initially discussing, looked like we might have an 8 o'clock p.m. Pacific time docking, and we did have that contact and capture coming at 8:01 p.m. Pacific time. So very close, and that was even with us holding for a little bit to allow the crew some better visibility. Hard capture sequence now underway, and we're standing by for that confirmation. I know the astronauts have to be loving looking at all of this data. Tons of excitement. I know they've enjoyed their ride in Crew Dragon. They were having so much fun during the broadcast, but I can only imagine their excitement to be at the International Space Station now.
Now they're right there. Hard capture coming to a closure in a few minutes. Then they'll be able to start getting out of their suits again that they put on just for this approach period. We've got confirmation that the first 6 hooks are complete and closed.
Ground 2, let me know if you're go for 1.403 monitoring tools tear down.
Houston copies, Kate. We'll be ready shortly. We'll let you know.
As I was mentioning, those first 6 hooks are now complete and closed. The next 6 are on their way to complete this hard capture. Crew patiently waiting and watching and monitoring on their 3 display panels there.
We also heard from Kate Rubins on the station side, asking if it was time for her to deconstruct her monitoring system where she's been watching the approach. Ground teams will let her know whenever they're ready for that.
Again, hard capture is underway. Once hard capture is complete, they will perform some leak checks prior to opening up the APAS hatch. Once the APAS hatch is open, they'll perform some more checks to make sure that it is okay to open the Dragon hatch. And in the meantime,
Dragon SpaceX hard capture complete.
Dragon copies.
And there we heard the confirmation that hard capture is complete.
Dragon is officially attached to the International Space Station after arriving at 8:01 p.m. Pacific time, 11:01 p.m. Eastern time.
27.5 journey to station since launch yesterday at 7:27 p.m. Eastern time. How exciting. The crew must be so excited now that they're going to start doing the process of doing leak checks before they open those hatches. But they'll start taking off their suits and getting ready to enter the space station.
Station Houston on 2, you are go for tool teardown.
Copy, go, thanks.
That's the call Kate Rubins was looking for. She is good to tear down her station. She was monitoring the arrival of Crew Dragon. And things will be picking up inside the space station for her. She's getting the hatch on the station side ready to be opened. She'll also start pressurizing that area known as the vestibule between Dragon and the station hatches. And we are waiting for the umbilicals to connect Crew Dragon to the International Space Station. This will allow Crew Dragon to use the space station's power, audio, and data connections.
Resilience SpaceX docking sequence is complete. Welcome to the ISS, Resilience.
And And SpaceX, this is Resilience. Excellent job right down the center. SpaceX and NASA, congratulations. This is a new era of operational flights to the International Space Station from the Florida coast. And ISS, Sergey, and Kate, we'll see you real soon.
日本の皆様、クルードラゴン運用初号機、無事に ISS にドッキングしました。国際パートナーの一員として民間宇宙船のドッキング成功に立ち会えてとても幸せです。我々レジリエンスクルーは訓練の間、そして打ち上がった後も様々な困難な状況に直面しましたが、全集中で乗り切ってきました。これから半年間の宇宙滞在も皆さんと感動を分かち合いましょう。All for one, Crew-1 for all.
Resilience Station, welcome to the ISS. We can't wait to have you on board.
Spectacular job, Resilience. On behalf of all the flight controllers around the world, welcome aboard as we embark on 7-person crew operations and more milestones ahead for the station.
And with that, ground will be enabling hardline power and comm connection shortly. You are go to doff your suits per procedure 4.012. We will configure video to go external momentarily, and we'll let you know when it's ready.
Okay, SpaceX, ANL from Dragon, we copy 4.012 and standing by for the cameras.
And Dragon SpaceX on the big loop, cameras are external.
And Dragon copies 4.012, suit doffing inward.
Heard some clapping here in Hawthorne at SpaceX headquarters, and even saw a little bit of celebration aboard Crew Dragon. Once it was confirmed hard capture was complete, Dragon was attached to the International Space Station. And then an amazing reminder just how important it is and how international the International Space Station is. Words from Soichi Noguchi, the first international partner to fly aboard a commercial crew vehicle from the Japanese Aerospace Exploration Agency.
What an amazing, amazing journey this has been. I can't believe that they are there now, officially docked to the space station. So excited to see them get out of their suits and eventually get on station. But now that Dragon has completed the docking sequence, the spacecraft must undergo a handful of checks before we will be able to open the hatch. The crew on board Dragon will now get a chance to get out of their suits before moving into the hatch operations, which is why they're getting some privacy on Dragon right now.
Yeah, that's right. We heard that call for external cameras. And as we also heard, Kate Rubins got the go to take down the station she was monitoring the Crew Dragon arrival from, and she is also getting things ready on the station side to welcome her new crewmates aboard. She's going to be getting the hatch ready to be opened on the station side. That's the Node 2 hatch. And then pressurizing that area known as the vestibule between Dragon and the station hatches. And the station hatch that we're looking at for that vestibule area is the A-Pass hatch. We had a great view of that as Crew Dragon was flying in. We also saw that little docking target for which Crew Dragon was able to align. And Kate Rubins will pressurize that hatch. We'll have a thermal stabilization period as well. And this means we will pause for a while as we begin to do leak checks. We want to make sure that there's no fluctuation in temperature that can make it look like there's a fluctuation in pressure. So we'll be pausing for about 30 minutes for that. And once it evens out, Kate Rubins will open up that hatch. She'll remove the docking target. And then it'll be a short matter of time before we see our Crew Dragon crew enter their new home aboard the International Space Station.
That's very exciting. So let's go to Brandy Dean for a refresher on what's ahead now that Dragon is docked.
Yeah, it is so great to see Dragon there docked on the end of the Harmony node and ready for the new joint expedition to begin. What better way to celebrate 20 years of continuous human presence in space than by adding a 7th crew member to the long-duration crew on board the space station, allowing them to do more work and more science. But before we do get to that, we do have to get them on the other side of the hatch, and that is what is ahead of us for tonight now at this point. That is still a little ways off because it does take a little bit of time to get all these hatches open. There's more than one, in fact. When Kate Rubens gets the go from the team here on the ground, she will be doing a short check of the pressurization inside the pressurized mating adapter. That is the tunnel that basically connects now the Harmony node to the Dragon. Assuming that looks good, and it should only take a minute or so, that will be opened, and then she can start the next step, which will take a little longer. The small area between the hatch on the space station and the Dragon has been exposed to the vacuum of space until now, so it needs to be filled with air, and that takes a little while. Kate Rubens will be working on that for the next hour and a half or so. But after that, we will be able to see all the crew members together for the first time, which we were really looking forward to. But we'll keep following along in the meantime, and for now, I'll pass it back to you guys in Hawthorne. Thanks.
Thanks, Brandy. So exciting. We're getting very, very close. It's been such an amazing journey since launch yesterday at 7:27 p.m. Eastern Time. We watched them from the beginning, from them suiting up, making their way to the pad, riding the fixed service structure, ingressing on Dragon, getting into their seats, getting strapped in, liftoff at 7:27 p.m. Eastern Time with a safe ride from Falcon, separating Dragon into orbit.
It's an absolutely amazing journey there. That's the only word I can think of right now. And
right.
27 and a half hours later, it almost doesn't even feel like that long. So I hope that they've had a good ride in Dragon. It was amazing to see Crew Dragon earlier, that they were able to take us inside, give us a little bit of a tour. And then it had those 5 major burns. You know, we had one last night. The crew got some sleep. And we had the rest today. We also added in a few additional maneuvers in there, or I should say the Dragon computer added those maneuvers in there just to keep us on the right trajectory, and obviously it did a great job. Crew Dragon arrived at the International Space Station at 8:01 p.m. Pacific Time, 11:01 p.m. Eastern Time. And this view coming from inside the International Space Station, looking at the Node 2 hatch. This is what Kate Rubens will open shortly and then begin pressurizing the vestibule, that area between those 2 hatches that Brandy Dean was telling us about.
This is so exciting. It's been a long journey, but so worth it. They made it to the station safely. Can't wait for them to get through these next few processes, do the leak checks, and make sure everything is safe to open those hatches. And then watch as the crew members, the Crew-1 crew members, board the International Space Station.
And it looks quiet in there right now and empty, but in just over an hour and a half, maybe we will see probably 7 people crammed into this small space, hugging and welcoming each other to the International Space Station. We're keeping an eye on Crew Dragon and on the International Space Station as they continue these checks. Crew Dragon crew members will begin doffing their suits here soon. Kate Rubens will get to work on the station side, opening this hatch, conducting leak checks, pressurizing the vestibule, and eventually welcoming our crew members on board.
We will have a welcome ceremony, so stay tuned with us. We will stay live.
Yes, and we will definitely stay live as we move through all of these checks. We'll keep you updated as they progress, and you'll get to watch the crew members float through making their home on the International Space Station for the next 6 months.
Dragon SpaceX on the Big Loop. ISS power connection is established.
Dragon copy is good news.
Station Houston on space to ground 2 for ingress part 1.
Copy, I'm waiting on your go.
And you are go in both steps 1.1 and 2.2.
We go in 1.1 and 2.2 in work.
That is Kate Rubins aboard the International Space Station, stepping through the procedures to bring Crew Dragon on board. And the hatch she just opened obviously is on the station side of Node 2. That is the pressurized mating adapter hatch. She's got several more steps on her side to go. Meanwhile, the crew aboard Crew Dragon will be doffing their suits or taking them off, drying and stowing them. They'll also be stowing any of the equipment that they used.
Station on Space to Ground 2, the Node 2 forward hatch is open and the MPEF is uncapped. In step 1.2 and 1.3, there was no Delta P drop.
Copy all.
And that was Kate just confirming that that hatch is now open.
And she is speaking with the Capcom in Mission Control Houston. The Capcom stands for Capsule Communicator. That's a term from back in the days when we were just flying capsules. And then, of course, we moved to the Space Shuttle program, not necessarily a capsule. And here we are in a capsule again. However, Capcom is the person that speaks with the astronauts aboard the International Space Station. They relay everything that's happening on the ground to the crew members. This keeps them from getting too much information coming from too many different directions. You see Kate Rubins ingressing the pressurized mating adapter. She'll also need to conduct, she'll need to pressurize the vestibule. That's the next hatch. That's the space between Crew Dragon and the International Space Station, that vestibule area. And the APAS hatch was what was exposed to the vacuum of space prior to Crew Dragon's arrival, so we want to make that the same pressure as what's inside Crew Dragon and the space station.
Looks pretty easy to get around in the space station. See her gliding around as she's grabbing some of her tools.
Kate will begin opening a valve on the APAS hatch to slowly let air in, pausing along the way. And we'll also do a thermal stabilization, making sure that the temperature isn't changing in that vestibule area, giving us signals that are changing when it comes to the pressure we want to see inside. So we'll end up pausing for about 30 minutes to make sure that is leveled out. Eventually, Kate Rubins will open up the APAS hatch, remove the docking target that we saw as Crew Dragon was flying in. That's what the vehicle uses to align with the International Space Station. She will stow that docking target, and then it'll be time for our crew aboard Crew Dragon to ingress the space station.
What a cool view we are getting here from the space station, looking out at Dragon attached to that Node 2 port.
It's also a good view of the trunk of Dragon, and you can see those solar arrays, or they're not really arrays, they're solar cells, and they're wrapped around the body of Dragon. That's the
station on Space to Ground 2 in step 2.4 at 0438. APAS equalization valve was closed after 75 seconds of open.
Copy all, Kate. We see good vestibule pressurization.
And I would put a warning there, or at least a note for the crew about how loud that was.
We copy, Kate.
Didn't sound like
like that in training in Houston. We'll have to beef up our simulators. Yeah, suck some air out of the room.
Kate Rubens is talking with our Capcom, Megan Levins, who is a trainer. She was saying that letting that air into the vestibule was a little bit louder than she expected it to be. But she did let in 75 seconds of air, beginning to pressurize the vestibule, that space between the A-Pass hatch on the station and the Crew Dragon hatch. As we were discussing, though, you can see those solar cells on the top half of Dragon, on the trunk. That's the black section. It's allowed Dragon to gather energy from the sun on its journey to the International Space Station. Meanwhile, on the bottom half of the trunk, the white side is a thermal radiator. It can help keep Dragon cool. However, Crew Dragon, now being attached to the International Space Station, is running on space station power rather than any power of its own.
And as we're getting ready for these hatches to be open, Dragon will actually use sensors on board Dragon to check the pressure inside of the vestibule before we open up that Dragon hatch.
This all comes again after Crew Dragon's contact with the International Space Station happening tonight at 8:01 p.m. Pacific time.
Dragon Houston on Space to Ground 2. We will be transitioning audio, so you will be down comm for just a few minutes.
Dragon copy.
The Houston team letting Crew Dragon crew know they're reconfiguring to different audio configurations, and they'll regain communications with them shortly. As we saw earlier, the crew asked that the cameras inside be made external so we wouldn't get any interior views of Crew Dragon. That's because they will be doffing their suits, getting back into those comfortable clothes, preparing to ingress or enter the International Space Station once all of this pressurization of the vestibule and leak checks are complete.
And SpaceX, this is Dragon on Dragon and ground. We still got you. Hey, just want to give you a heads up, 5 Alpha decimal 5, suit drying is started for all 4 suits. Okay, copy that. 4 decimal 400, 1 through 3, and work.
So it sounds like the crew is out of their suits now, and they are now drying those suits. And if you are just now joining us, Dragon is now hard captured to the International Space Station. Kate Rubens is helping to get the vestibule ready and to the and prepared for hatch opening.
We also saw Kate Rubens getting that ready on the station side. She's already opened the pressurized mating adapter hatch. That's the hatch on the station side of Node 2.
And what you could see on your screen is mission control here in Hawthorne, California. They are getting together, they just got together for a group photo in celebration of this amazing Crew-1 mission. A lot of hard work put into this mission. So definitely want to capture that moment.
Absolutely. And right back to their stations they go, still monitoring the vehicle. It has been 27.5 hours, maybe actually a little bit longer now. Of course, the teams rotate out every 8 or 9 hours to keep them fresh. But a lot of work put in on both the NASA and SpaceX sides to make this happen today, bringing the first long-duration crew to the International Space Station.
And so exciting. Very close for the crew to enter station. We're just getting prepared, making sure that the hatch, the leak checks are complete before we open up the hatches and let the crew on board. Crew's already out of their suits. They're getting comfortable and getting ready to board the International Space Station.
We'll also be anticipating a welcome ceremony later tonight for the crew once they ingress the International Space Station. We'll get to watch them greet all of their colleagues currently aboard, and then we will see them speak with the ground for a little while as well. We've talked about a lot of firsts on this mission. As we mentioned, this is the first 4-person capsule spaceflight ever, and it will also become the longest flight of a crewed U.S. capsule. The previous record was Skylab 4, and that was in 1973. It lasted for 84 days.
Wow, that's a pretty long journey. Right now on your screen, if you're just now joining us, you are looking at a live view of Dragon docked to the International Space Station. The crew still inside Dragon, preparing for hatch opening. They're out of their suits now, getting into some more comfortable clothes. Their suits are currently drying. And depending on how long these processes take for the leak checks and pressurization of the vestibule, the crew will be boarding shortly, and we'll be having a welcome ceremony.
Yeah, and this all comes after soft capture of the Crew Dragon vehicle happened at 8:01 p.m. Pacific time tonight, 11:01 p.m. Eastern time. Crew Dragon and the International Space Station flying 262 statute miles over Idaho.
Houston Station on Safety Ground 2, 3 different folders of Dragon approach photos are available for you on SSC 8.
Copy. Okay, we'll take a look at SSC 8. Look forward to looking at those photos.
I think there's some pretty nice ones there. You guys are going to like it.
It is known objectively to be a very good-looking vehicle.
Absolutely concur. Station on Space to Ground 2, are you okay with the Node 2 high def or standard def cameras for the setup for ISS Experience Record? I'll do it in front of the cameras, that way we don't have to change the view that we've gotten prepped for PAO setup.
And we're checking, standby.
Again, at 4.400, ready to report states of charge when ready for the crew tablets. Okay, SpaceX tablet states of charge, Commander 42, MS1 45, MS2 Tree 9er, and PLT 69%. And MS2 is Tree 39er, 39.
Station Huntsville on Space to Ground 2 for Kate and video. Good morning, Kate. We think that's a good view for now. We may need you to make some adjustments once you get into the activity.
Okay, copy, thanks.
Dragon Houston on Space to Ground 2 for comm check. Dragon Houston on the big loop for comm check.
And Houston, this is Dragon on the big loop comm check.
We have you loud and clear.
And say again for Dragon on the big loop.
Houston, we were just giving you a comm check. We have you loud and clear.
Okay, we have you loud and clear as well.
Dragon SpaceX on Space to Ground 2, comm check.
And SpaceX, this is Dragon on Space to Ground 2. We have you loud and clear.
Excellent. Excellent. I have you the same. And do we have your permission to come back on board with video?
Negative at this time. We are still doing some configuration inside.
Totally fine. Sounds good. Thanks.
Yeah, no problem. And just to let you know as well, we are not hearing any echoes on board at this time.
Copy. That's a good data point. Thank you.
station on Space Ground 2. If you guys need a view of the ISS experience setup, I can move the Node 2 SD cam a little bit. I just would rather not move the HC cam. We got that all set up and did scene of voice checks yesterday.
And we copy, Kate. Stand by. I think we're going to have an input for you.
This is a live look inside the International Space Station, and we have been covering the arrival of the Crew Dragon Crew-1 mission. Now having arrived at the International Space Station, docking coming at 8:01 p.m. Pacific Time, 11:01 p.m. Eastern Time, as the International Space Station was flying 262 statute miles over Idaho. And since that time, there have been several steps through which the Crew Dragon crew and the crew aboard the International Space Station, Kate Rubins, as you see here, they needed to step through those before we can welcome the crew aboard. Kate Rubins first opened that impasse hatch on the International Space Station in Node 2, or sorry, the PMA hatch, the pressurized mating adapter. And she is inside that right now, and right behind her is the APAS hatch. She worked to pressurize the vestibule. The vestibule is a space between the APAS hatch on the station side and Dragon's hatch. Previously, before Dragon docked, the APAS hatch was exposed to the vacuum of space, and so we wanted to pressurize that area, make it the same pressure as the space station and Crew Dragon, so we can open that and begin welcoming our crew members aboard. So the vestibule has been pressurized. We'll see her do some work on the space station APAS hatch. Once it's open, she'll remove the docking target that the Crew Dragon vehicle used to locate and align itself with Node 2. Eventually, we will see the crew members come through the Crew Dragon hatch after that is opened. In the meantime, they've been doffing or taking off their spacesuits, getting into their comfortable clothes, stowing some things that they've been using for the journey. With the pressurization of the vestibule, we do a thermal stabilization check, meaning we hold for about 30 minutes to make sure temperatures aren't fluctuating in the vestibule area, which could give us misleading data, leading us to believe that the pressure itself is changing, but it sounds like everything has been holding steady. We're one step closer to being able to welcome the crew members aboard the International Space Station. Also coming up later tonight, we will have a welcome ceremony with the crew. They'll be speaking with teams on the ground. And this arrival kicks off a 6-month mission for the crew members. Our crew of 4, Commander Mike Hopkins, pilot Victor Glover, mission specialist Shannon Walker, and our international partner, Japanese Aerospace Exploration Agency astronaut Soichi Noguchi.
Station Houston, Space Ground 2 for Kate.
Hey, with you on 2.
Okay, while we are troubleshooting the ISS experience here on the ground, you are go for Dragon Ingress Part 2.
That's excellent. I just opened it. All right, copy go for the ingress part 2, and I'm stepping in on step 3.1. Do I have a go for the APAS equalization valve open?
And that's correct, Kate, your go.
Copy go, thanks.
Heard Kate Rubins speaking with the Capcom and Mission Control Houston, discussing troubleshooting the ISS experience. That is a payload allowing them to record what's happening aboard the International Space Station. Obviously, we have these views here, but that is a special payload. So they were just working on getting those views up.
Capacity equalization valve is open.
Use copy.
So Kate just opened up the equalization valve, and this will let air in to the vestibule from the space station. We'll be monitoring.
Don't wait for your go in step 3.2 since you've got better insight.
And we are equalized. You are go.
Go.
And that was confirmation that the pressure is now equal between the vestibule and the space station. So we're getting very, very close to this hatch opening, step by step, but almost there.
Sounds like we're running about 15 minutes ahead in the process as well, so that's good news too. Coming up on about, since our crew launched at 7:27 p.m. Eastern time yesterday, coming up on about 28 hours, 29 hours since their launch, and their journey began in the Crew Dragon vehicle.
Station station on safety ground 2 step 3.3 GMT 524.
Copy 524. Kate Rubens is in the pressurized mating adapter, now working on the A-pass hatch. She is installing a tool on the hatch that's used to open it. As we heard earlier, the pressure is equal, or the space between the A-pass hatch and the Crew Dragon hatch is pressurized. Once Kate Rubins opens the A-Pass hatch, she may get a look at the crew. There is a small window on the forward hatch of Dragon underneath the nose cone. During DM2, I believe we got a peek at Bob Benken and Doug Hurley inside Crew Dragon after it had docked through that very window. Meanwhile, Kate Rubins taking some pictures to share with the ground later. These are still very new operations for the International Space Station, and so gathering this data and relaying it to the ground helps inform future spaceflight.
Houston Station 2, stepping into 3.6 for A-Pass hatch open. Copy all.
Kate Rubins is following some standard procedures, and that is what she is confirming with the ground in Houston. And even those photos are a part of those standard procedures.
Houston Station 2, confirm this is a pull straight out for the A-Pass hatch.
You are correct, Kate, and it usually does take a bit of a pull.
All right, I didn't want to put force into the system unless you guys were expecting it, but it is definitely got some good self-sealing there from the vacuum.
We are with you.
Kate Rubins now preparing to open that A-Pass hatch, making sure what she's experiencing is nominal. The ground confirms it may be a little tough to open up that hatch.
This is the whole call Houston and check before you deadlift it up. It's open.
Copy all.
Rubins confirming the A-Pass hatch is open, and now we can see it for ourselves. Taking a look inside with the flashlight. She will also remove that docking target that Crew Dragon used to align itself with Node 2 when making its approach earlier today.
And a really cool shot from Dragon, seeing Kate inside of that vestibule. Kate saying hi to the world.
Just getting in there, getting a good look at the hatch seals, looking for any condensation before they proceed.
Houston Station on Space to Ground 2 in step 4.1. The APAS hatch is open, and the pressure, the IDA vestibule does not have any condensation upon inspection. Looks pretty nice. The last time I saw it was the outside of the IDA vestibule, and there appear to be 4 smiling crew members on the other side.
Copy. All configuration as expected.
And as Liam mentioned, she was able to get a glimpse inside of Dragon at the 4 crew members waiting to board the International Space Station.
Ruben's reporting everything looks good, and the next step is to remove that docking target that you see hanging down right there. It'll get that out of the way and prevent anybody from maybe bumping into it. Once she's stowed that docking target, we'll get ready for Dragon hatch equalization. That'll equalize the pressure between Dragon and the station, and then the moment we've been waiting for, we will open the Crew Dragon hatch, welcome those 4 crew members to their new home for the next 6 months. As Rubens works to open that hatch, we are transitioning over from TDRS satellites, that's tracking data and relay satellite system. The International Space Station goes through these handovers periodically. They are tracked by the ground, and we should regain video communications with them shortly. Just a reminder of everything that Crew Dragon has experienced on its journey to the International Space Station after lifting off from Kennedy Space Center yesterday at 7:27 p.m. Eastern Time.
The crew conducted their first burn. Well, I can't say the crew conducted it, but Crew Dragon conducted the first burn last night and then moved on to get a little bit of sleep. So they got a good sleep period until this morning. We had some burns in between that the Crew Dragon computer determined that were needed to keep us on course. Completed the other 4 major burns today. That took us out of the rendezvous phase of the mission and then into the approach phase, which is where we've been for the last few hours. We completed the approach initiation burn, approach out of plane burn, and the approach initiation mid-course maneuver, and all of these lined us up exactly where we needed to be.
And that led us into finally approaching for docking, doing a soft capture, followed by a hard capture with those 12 hooks. Hooks attaching to the International Space Station, and then finally arriving at the space station and completing docking. And right now, Kate is helping with getting the hatch ready, almost ready for hatch open for Dragon. She was able to get a peek inside through the window at the on the hatch of the crew members on board, and shortly we'll see them ingress the space station.
Absolutely, and it's been about 27 and a half hours of free flight time, well, I should say since liftoff. So it has been quite a journey for our crew members. I know they must be excited to have arrived to the space station, and the entire journey was autonomous.
For the snack bags, there are the decent snack bags still remaining for decent. We only consume the ascent snack bags.
Copy. That is a great confirmation. Thanks so much. That's all I needed.
That was just the Crew Dragon crew doing inventory aboard their spacecraft. We've mentioned a couple of times everything is meticulously tracked when you're in space, and so that includes any meals that are eaten, any items that are used, and any hardware that's being stowed. We want to make sure we know where it is.
This is what the crew was doing as they are waiting for Kate to finish up her procedures on the space station side. The crew, after they docked, they were able to get out of their suits, get their suits drying, and complete their inventory check as they wait for that hatch to open up.
And the most recent thing we saw, Kate Rubins, like I mentioned, this was an autonomous mission. The crew did not have to fly Crew Dragon. It flew itself completely all the way to the International Space Station. There's Kate Rubins, a view from the Dragon spacecraft itself. She is configuring the APAS hatch, putting the cover on top of the APAS hatch, and you can see she's removed that docking target that the spacecraft used to align and dock with the International Space Station.
Dragon at SpaceX on Dragon to ground. For your awareness, we are about to take down the S-band path, so from this point forward, please use the ISS Big Loop Space to Ground 2 path for all communication.
Again, if you're just now joining us right now, what you're seeing on your screen is a view from Dragon looking into the space station with Kate Rubins preparing for the crew to come on board. She's getting everything set up inside of this vestibule area prior to opening up the Dragon hatch.
Dragon, SpaceX on Dragon to ground for a comm check.
and we have you loud and clear on Dragon to ground.
Awesome. We just wanted to let you know that we are about to take down the S-band path, which will take down our Dragon to ground voice communication. So from this point forward, please use the big loop.
We think you called that up a second ago. Maybe you didn't hear Shannon.
Yes, I think your call must have just dropped off. Thanks for confirming.
Now with some communication from the team here in Hawthorne, speaking with the crew aboard Crew Dragon, letting them know they are switching their telemetry or their sound communications lines with them. They'll now be communicating via the loops on the International Space Station. Kate Rubens finishing up installing the A-Pass hatch cover. Coming up next, we'll be looking for Dragon hatch equalization, equalizing the pressure between Crew Dragon and the International Space Station, and then it will be time to welcome our 4 new crew members aboard.
Thanks, Dragon, on the big loop. We forgot to tell you, you can come back on board.
We copy. Thank you so much.
You just saw Kate Rubens installing the IMV duct, that's intermodule ventilation. That'll make sure the Crew Dragon is sharing the same air with the International Space Station, making sure that that's all being circulated in and out of the vehicle. Calls we'll be listening for is that station is ready for Dragon hatch equalization, meaning we want to equalize the pressure between Dragon and the space station. Once we get the go for that, we will stand by for that equalization, and then we will see hatch opening.
Houston and Moscow, station is ready for Dragon hatch equalization. Sorry, not Moscow, SpaceX.
And SpaceX, this is Dragon, 6.1 at 4.400. Dragon is ready for hatch equalization.
SpaceX copies.
ISS and Dragon, stand by for equalization, expected to take 5 minutes. Additionally, please note that we will be hot mic'd for the duration of ingress. Finally, for you, Kate, if you could please meet PACOM on Space to Ground 3, we have additional troubleshooting steps for you.
Okay, copy. And my apologies to SpaceX. I came up in a different vehicle, but I'm really excited to see this one, and I'm switching over to Space to Ground 3.
And the call we were looking for, that the International Space Station is ready for Dragon hatch equalization. We'll want to equalize the pressure between Crew Dragon and the International Space Station. It should take about 5 minutes. And then what we'll be looking for next is for Dragon hatch to open.
And the sensors on Dragon will actually be what we'll check to make sure that that pressure is good before we open that hatch. But if all goes well, sounds like we're 5 minutes away.
This also aligns us pretty well with our projection that it should take about 2 hours to move through these steps, anything from hatch openings to leak checks, vestibule pressurization.
And as a reminder, once the Dragon hatch does open and the 4 crew members do ingress on the space station, there will be a welcome ceremony where the folks on board station will join those 4 crew members, welcoming them on board.
We heard Kate Rubins discussing, yes, she came up on a different vehicle. She arrived on a Russian Soyuz. Her Russian counterparts on the International Space Station are Sergei Ryzhikov and Sergei Kudzverchkov. They may join for the welcome as well. I'm sure they'll be very excited to greet their new crew members.
We are just a few minutes away from that pressure equalization between Dragon and the station.
This is Mission Control Houston. The team here in the International Space Station Flight Control Room has been following along all night. They're coming to the end of their shift as we near the opening of the hatch on the SpaceX Dragon. Kate Rubins has been working steadily through the procedure on her side of the hatch while the Crew Dragon crew members do their part on the other side. So we are expecting to see that just in the next few minutes, scheduled to take place at 12:10 a.m. Central Time, but could be a little early. And once we do see all of the crew members on board together, we'll be ready to go into our welcoming ceremony that will be following that. Taking part in that welcoming ceremony, we are going to have the NASA Associate Administrator for Human Exploration and Operations Mission Directorate, Kathy Leaders, and the JAXA, or the Japanese Aerospace Exploration Agency President, Dr. Yamakawa Hiroshi. They will be talking with the crew as part of the welcoming ceremony as the Crew Dragon members, that's Mike Hopkins, Victor Glover, Shannon Walker, and Soichi Noguchi, join the Expedition 64 crew for the first time. Expecting that hatch opening to come any time now, since Kate Rubens has been working speedily through her side of the procedures. This is only the second time we've opened a hatch on a Crew Dragon with people inside from the International Space Station, so still nailing down exactly how long it takes for the crew to complete these procedures. And like we said, getting through it a little earlier than expected tonight. Shortly after the welcoming ceremony begins, the team here in Mission Control Houston will be handing over to their Orbit 1 counterparts, wrapping up their part in the arrival of the Dragon at the International Space Station. And of course, following the festivities, we'll have one final news conference to wrap up the activities tonight.
Dragon SpaceX on the big loop. You are go for hatch opening per your decal, followed by the remaining actions in procedure 4.400, section 6.
Dragon copies, and hatch open per the decal and remaining steps in section 6 of 4.400.
Here there, the team on the ground giving the crew on board the Crew Dragon the go to open their side of the hatch, which is what we've been waiting for. So we should be seeing them floating through across the threshold to the International Space Station momentarily. For Mike Hopkins, Shannon Walker, and Soichi Noguchi, this will be a return visit to the International Space Station. Mike was there in 2014 for Expedition 3738 when he spent 166 days.
SpaceX, this is Dragon on the big loop, 6.6, 4.400, hatches open.
We copy, hatch open, great to hear.
And as you can see, they do have that hatch open now. They called down that came right at 12:02 a.m. Central Time. Hatches between the two vehicles open. Now we're just waiting for the crew to head to the International Space Station. Looks like they are waving hello to their new crewmates now. Also seeing here for the first time tonight the Roscosmos members of the crew. Sergei Ryzhikov, who is the commander of Expedition 64, and Sergei Kudzberchkov.
And Houston, this is Dragon on the Big Loop. IMV duct installation is complete. You are go for IMV fan activation.
Houston copies.
Crew finishing up some intra-module ventilation work there, getting air flowing between the space station and the Crew Dragon before they do make their way across the hatch. But again, that hatch is open now. That came at 12:02 a.m. Central Time. As I was saying a moment ago, this will be Mike Hopkins' second visit to the International Space Station. He was last there in 2014. Same for Shannon Walker. She was there in 2010 for Expedition 24 and 25 and spent 163 days on board the space station. Soichi Noguchi has been to the space station twice before for STS-114 in 2005 and in 2009 for Expedition 22 and 23. He's got 177 days already in space. But this will be the first time for Victor Glover to pass across the hatch and visit the International Space Station, kicking off their months-long stay in space when the space station will, for the first time, have 7 crew members on board for a full expedition.
Station Houston on Space to Ground 2, you are go in step 6.3.
And Houston from Dragon, was that a go for us to continue?
You are correct, Hopper. That's your go in step 6.3.
Copy, inward.
Crew-1 crew members are working on a few final activities inside the Crew Dragon before they do make their way to the International Space Station. Making sure any loose items are stowed securely, and then also putting away the liquid LiO cartridges that they use to scrub carbon dioxide out of the air while they're on their way to the space station. Now that they are at the space station, they don't need those any longer because they'll use the space station system for that. Again, these are just the last few items before they'll be able to ingress the space station.
SpaceX Dragon on the big loop for LiO.
SpaceX here.
Yeah, just a question. Just want to confirm that you are supposed to put LiO cartridge 1, our original cartridge, into the active slot.
That is affirmed. That is what we want you to do, please.
Okay, thanks. And just so you know, we've got the echo.
Copy.
Shannon Walker there reporting down to the ground on the crew members' progress. Again, walking through just a few final items before they come on board the International Space Station for the first time on this mission. Again, they're putting away some lithium hydroxide canisters that were used to scrub carbon dioxide out of the crew members' air. No longer needed now that the Dragon is at the International Space Station. Seeing two-thirds of the current Expedition 64 crew here. Kate Rubins, of course, with NASA, and then the Expedition Commander, Sergei Ryzhikov, there on the right side of the screen. They, along with Sergei Kuzbirchkov, have all been at the space station since October 14th. Now waiting to greet the 4 new members of the expedition that will be joining them any moment. And there they are, first across the hatch, Mike Hopkins. And here's Victor Glover. You heard the crew here, the team here in Mission Control cheering to see them come across the hatch. There's Shannon Walker. And finally, Soichi Noguchi bringing up the rear. 4 new members, bringing the total Expedition 64 crew to a total of 7. Ready to increase the space station science and get to work.
Houston Station on Spacer Ground 2, ready for scene and voice checks.
And we're ready.
Copy, let me know about scene and I'll give you a voice countdown.
And we are here at SpaceX headquarters in Hawthorne. You've got a view of Mission Control Houston, or Mission Control Hawthorne right there on your screen. And we just saw the major event of the night.
The crew has finally come on board the International Space Station. A lot of smiles, a lot of hugs. The welcome ceremony is coming.
Did you copy the wireless mic?
Station Houston, that's a good scene check. We're checking something here on the audio, so stand by for another countdown.
Okay, sounds good. And let me know about lighting. I've got a work light, so I can move that as needed.
And lighting looks good, Kate. And if you could just do a quick 5 count, we'll do a quick audio check.
Copy and work.
These voice checks you're hearing coming from NASA astronaut Kate Rubins, now joined by 4 new crew members aboard the International Space Station, along with her 2 crewmates from Roscosmos, the Russian space agency, and they are setting up for the welcome ceremony.
Good countdown, thanks.
So we are standing by for that welcome ceremony coming up just a few minutes from now.
Yeah, and you can hear them getting ready. They're doing all their formal checks, mic checks, to get ready to bring the crew and welcome them on board. Very excited to see this. We already saw how excited the crew members were to get on board station. I can't wait to hear them talk in a few minutes here.
Yeah, absolutely. After their 27.5-hour journey to the International Space Station, finally making it to that destination, and they docked tonight at 8:01 p.m. Pacific time, 11:01 p.m. Eastern time, right on time, essentially, at the Node 2 port aboard the International Space Station, and now they will be there for about a 6-month mission.
Station Houston on Space Ground 2 for Kate. We had to do a quick reconfiguration here on the ground. When you have a moment, if you wouldn't mind doing one more 5 count on the wireless mic. Or anyone can do a 5 count. Or anyone can do a 5 count.
Station, I'm ready for another 5 count.
On the wireless mic, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5.
And that was the best 5 count of them all. Best 5 count of them all.
Hey. Hey.
For those who have still been hanging with us, we are now coming up on the time for our hatch opening or welcome ceremony. That is scheduled for 12:40, about 5 minutes from now. And at that time, the entire crew will be joining on the with a couple of special guests from the ground. That's going to be NASA Associate Administrator for Human Exploration and Operations, Mission Directorate, Kathy Leaders, joining here from Houston. And then from Scuba Japan, we're going to have the Japanese Aerospace Exploration Agency President, Dr. Yamakawa Hiroshi, joining as well. They'll be taking part in the welcoming ceremony, which is coming up in just 5 minutes now. The crew's done the necessary checkouts on board, so we'll just wait for everybody to gather before we begin that. Crew members gathering as promised for the welcome ceremony, which is now just moments away from beginning.
Station, this is Houston. Are you ready for the event? Houston, are you ready for the event?
And Houston, this is Station. We are ready for the event.
Mr. Morhard, please call station for a voice check. Miss Leaders, please call station for a voice check.
Hi, this is Kathy Leaders.
Hi, this is Kathy Leaders
Here at the Johnson Space Center in Houston.
How do you hear me? How do you hear me?
Hello, Kathy. We hear you loud and clear.
Wow, I can't tell you how great it was to see you all come across the hatch.
It means a lot to me. It just means a lot to me.
On behalf
of the joint SpaceX and NASA team, who you know have expended a lot of blood, sweat, and tears,
and our nation who's been following along with you as you guys have been going on your journey. I can't tell you how proud we are of you and how much we want to congratulate you mission. It's been really cool to watch you.
Well, thank you, Kathy. We just want to say thank you to everybody, SpaceX, NASA, the DoD, just all across the nation. It's been an incredible journey, and it's really amazing that this is marking the start of operational crew rotation missions to the International Space Station from the Florida coast, and so it was an amazing ride. I can't tell you how excited we were when that rocket lifted off the pad, and then the last 27 hours has gone really smooth, actually. And so we are so excited to be here. We are humbled, and we are excited to be a part of this great expedition. And so we are looking forward to the next 6 months and can't wait to get started.
Yeah, thank you for letting me get to say hello to you all and being there a little bit on station with you all. And I just want to tell you how proud we are of you. We're expecting a lot from you, a lot of good work up there. Not only are we proud in this nation of you, but our international partners are extremely proud of you. And I know I have some folks in Japan that also want to give you some greetings. So with that, I'm going to turn it back to Mission Control.
Thank you, Ms. Leaders. We now welcome JAXA President Dr. Yamakawa Hiroshi to provide remarks. Dr. Yamakawa, please call station for a voice check.
Station, this is Yamakawa. How do you hear me?
Yamakawa-san, we hear you loud and clear. This is International Space Station.
Thank you, Noguchi-san. We were very much excited about your launch this morning. It inspired courage and delight of all Japanese citizens who bear up COVID-19 pandemic. Anyway, I really feel relieved by your safe arrival to the station now. Noguchi-san, it is very significant for JAXA that you are on board the first operational spacecraft of Crew-Dragon and was launched from the American soil. I believe that this is the outcome of the long-standing partnership with NASA and all the other international partners. I also believe that your efforts at ISS from today will take on more importance on the ISS utilization and operations, and for future international space exploration beyond the low Earth orbit to the Moon and Mars. We are always behind you. Good luck and enjoy your time in space. Noguchi-san, 皆さん全集中で頑張ってください。
Thank you, Dr. Yamakawa. Thank you for the kind words. And we are very humble and happy to be here. This is the first operational flight of the Crew-Dragon. And I take 27 hours, but we enjoy every moment. And from now on, we are part of this great expedition crew member, Expedition 64. We have a lot of utilization ahead of us, and we are ready to work. 日本の皆さん、そして山川理事長、本当にありがとうございます。この ISS にまた戻ってくることができてとても感無量です。日本の皆さん、そして世界中の皆さん、今年はコロナはじめ非常に厳しい状況があったかと思いますけれども、この困難に打ち勝つという気持ちで我々もレジリエンスと名前をつけて頑張ってきてます。理事長おっしゃられた通り全集中で頑張りたいと思います。応援本当にありがとうございます。
Thank you, Ms. Leaders and Dr. Yamakawa, for your participation in the Crew-1 welcome ceremony. Station, we are now resuming operational audio communication.
Wow. Thank you so much, everyone, for joining us for this coverage of our commercial crew mission, the Crew-1 mission aboard Crew Dragon to the International Space Station.
We watched them all the way from suit up yesterday to ingress on the vehicle, liftoff at 7:27 p.m. Eastern Time. First stage, giving them a ride into orbit as it returned back to Earth and landed on Just Read the Instructions, to Dragon separation yesterday and nose cone deploy, to today through all the Dragon burns, 5 major burns on Dragon, and docking as well as ingress onto the station. On behalf of SpaceX and NASA, thank you for watching today's webcast and for your interest in this exciting, historic mission. Now that Dragon has reached the International Space Station, it will spend approximately 6 months docked there until it's time for Crew-1 to return home via splashdown in the Atlantic Ocean.
When it's time for Dragon to make its way home, we will be broadcasting its return from departure through to recovery live on SpaceX.com and NASA TV. Coming up next, we are going to have a post-docking news conference live from the Johnson Space Center, so stick around and hear from some of the key members of the NASA, SpaceX, and JAXA teams on this historic mission. Be sure to follow SpaceX and NASA on social media for real-time updates. We can't say enough what an honor it was to be part of this mission, how excited we are for Crew-1 for NASA and SpaceX. Thank you again for watching.